Who is up glubbin'? Glub, glub, glub. Glub, 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 glub. Glub, glub, glub. Glub, 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 glub. Glub, glub. Would that the shrimp is not rare. One day. One day, shrimp not rare. This has been a curse. A deep curse. There's been a lot going on. I am hopefully one day eventually gonna find a solution to be like, not cursed with the invisible wall of being able to, having trouble doing all manner of things, right? Like, but for now, you just keep on trucking. You keep on trucking and you keep on moving, and you keep on going, and you put one foot in front of another, and when you have like whatever, like 26 pairs of feet, that is actually well, actually, the combinatorics of that whole problem are quite substantial. It's not actually clear which foot to put in front of which other foot. Ugh. I don't think Project Euler actually requires that you use any particular language, so. I sound like I'm exerting myself. It is because I am roughly tossing a dumbbell from point to point and throwing it around, and I can. We are gonna have commerce actually in a hot second, right? Like just in a second. Yeah. Oh, indeed. Yeah. Ah. Okay. This is 5 pounds. It is kind of wild how much like just a 5-pound weight is actually more. If you kind of toss it around, like how much momentum this thing has to be able to like throw it around. You see it? You see me more in others' chats than in my own stream. Ain't that a mood? And see, the thing is, I don't know that I don't know that I've even been on Twitch that much lately. Like, I haven't even been on that many. Okay, I'm sorry about ad. My apologies for ad. Commerce? Sorry. Commerce? Sorry. My apologies for ads. Yeah, Zone, that hits, I don't know whether you can hear me. Zone, speak clearly into your microphone that you can hear me, if you can hear me, okay? Just, if you don't have a microphone, just, speak into, like, your nearest, like, cup, and then maybe people will hear you.
We can hear you.
I know you can hear me. Sorry, that wasn't an audio check. That was an ad check. That was a can Zone hear me because of ads and commerce. Oh shit, the ads just started. Okay, actually the ads had not started yet. That was a nearby ad, not an in progress ad. Can you hear me now? Or are you added? Are you added? Can you hear me? Or am I trapped beyond the veil of commerce? Never to my words lost behind your temporal prison of earthly delights. The temporal prison because it's like 3 minutes, right? Like, is it? It's a 3 minute prison. And earthly delights. Actually, I don't know what delights are being. I'm gonna have to ask after the agile. What sorts of like earthly delights are being advertised? Mm-hmm. What have what things what things get commerced on Twitch? Whew. Um, Speaking of Twitch, um, Android. By the way, I have not looked at this problem right now, so we should probably like um uh, uh do it in the okay. Oh, you're back. Okay. Possibly better for the Discord rather than the stream right now. So because what anyway, um Zone, what were you advertised? What are they advertising on this site these days? There is like I don't know. I've seen so much frustration about this, right? It's like between the ads and the I don't want to tell you like, oh Twitch is over a party, but like, there's like a lot of frustration between like the ads and then like, there's a lot of like people not being counted supposedly. Yeah, it doesn't even matter like how much people are or are not actually being counted. I think like the perception of it like is still like, wrecking a bunch of people's brains right now. So like I don't know. There's a lot going on in terms of like the sort of creeping and shitification of Twitch, right? The worry that oh shit, there was ads going on over that. It looked like a I can never tell like which I guess there's so many badges now that it's not in fact clear whether uh it's not that clear like whether somebody has freedom from ads based on whatever badge they have, but I guess the only real badges that do that are like what turbo and a sub badge, and I guess I don't have like a lot of art on my sub badges right now. Um yeah, I don't know. French seagulls selling stadium tickets. This is the thing, right? It's like even besides like, fake engagement botting or whatever, right? Like which they apparently have something for, right? Like it's just why would you why would you force all of these people to like have ads if you don't have any remotely appropriate ads to sell them? It's just like basically a way of trying to bully the viewers into buying subs. So it's like, which I guess that's the thing, right? Like they want to make money from that, right? It's just like, you don't want to associate your products and services that are being sold with torture, I guess. But it's sad. They have huge mozzarella sticks. Is it enormous mozzarella sticks? Is this like scary huge mozzarella sticks like as in oh scary it's like October, yeah. And shitification is real, yeah. And this is the thing, like the shitification like cliff um once you see the signs of enshittification, like I think you look at it and it's like, does this ever actually end? Like, is there any like I think actually this might be why a lot of like newer generations just want to burn everything down because they're only like because the world has become so defined by enshittification recently, people's only kind of response to like seeing the world suck is not like there's no reform proposal that like people can see for all the services they use that'll make it any better, right? They're not going to be like, okay, well, somebody actually like genuinely turned around like the platform and like made it better, and they just look at it and they're like, oh, this is getting more and more and more shitty, and then like the only way that this is actually going to get better is by having a completely new and different like platform just like take over, and then like it'll be good for a while until like a bunch of investors and other people come in and shitify it too, right? So it's just like the entire thing is like, it's like one of those Mario levels where the platforms are like crumbling under you, and so like you jump from like the platform to like it's like platforms in both the like web platforms way, but like also in the Mario platforms way, where it's just like, oh, okay, well, we're gonna jump on the platform, and then if the platforms have any use at all, they're gonna start to crumble under our feet, and then we need to jump to another one, and then the other ones will fall into the abyss and like be gone forever, right? And then maybe after some really, really long cooldown, if they completely like destroy themselves, like maybe like something with the same name or position is gonna be, is gonna come back to that position. But the whole point of them is that they become so unshitified that we don't end up back on them. And so yeah, it's very scary. Like it's even if like the types of enshittification are just small, right? Like you see a little bit of it and it's terrifying now. Like people are like, "Oh, okay, this is gone," right? And it turns out that we've actually been noticing this phenomenon for like tens or hundreds of years. I think um the problem these days is that entire ways of life kind of get created and shitified within like a short enough period of time to be within human memory, right? So we're not in shitifying, destroying, and like rebuilding everything on like the time frame of entire human lifespans, which would mean that like maybe people think like, oh yeah, we're in a cycle where this is like the case and this is not the case and this is the case, right? Like things are getting like, the time is speeding up and like human lifespans are getting longer, so like everybody has a memory of like so many of these cycles and all the stuff they actually like use and spend their time in. Sorry, I'm going all like philosophical right now, but yeah, this is like anyway, this is the reason that I've been like kind of looking at Twitch a little bit with like askance and been like, oh man, I don't know. It's like, do I feel like, you know what? There's no reason to be on this starting soon screen because I'm just yapping at this point. I will play Zuma, but like, hello, how are you guys doing? Hello, I'm the shrimp. Greetings. There was no reason to be on starting soon. I can just like yap like this. Hello, how are you doing? Hello. Well, that's concerning. It looks like there's no. It looks like the chat has not changed. Is that the case? Has the chat not changed? I tested this before stream and it's like it's not different. Did I screw up the okay, hold on. I think I screwed up something with how this was done. Okay. Yeah. That's so confusing. Why is that? Wait, what? That's fascinating. It's fine on the other thing, right? Wait, what? Is there someone say something. Someone say something. Oh, I mean, you may have been joking, but I absolutely take the point, right? Like, it's just, it's 100% true, right? And it's a thing that I've been thinking about too. So, like, whether it was a joke or not, like, it strikes extremely close to home. Okay, that seems to be working. I guess, like, the spout plugin or whatever, is weird. Yeah. How's audio, by the way? How's my audio quality? No. So yeah, we go through these cycles of instratification, and then like, you know, everybody, you see something getting inshitified. Even maybe you don't see something getting inshitified, and then like you just want to skip ahead to the good part. Hearing double. Well, that's not good either. Oh, real mature. Um, yeah. Okay. Um, remember, folks, if you don't have a point, or if you lost your point because you got distracted, it's very important to make incoherent blurbling noises until you find your point again, and then things will be much better. So, for example, if you wanted to like make some sort of like societal like, uh, you know, I've not seen your mini HDMI cable. I do not know where it is. Um, yeah, no. If you have like some sort of like idea about the nature of reality that is incredibly important and was going to absolutely change the world, right? Like everybody, everybody, if they hear this, will be completely and irreparably changed by your incredible wisdom. Except that like it was just on the tip of your tongue and then it just disappeared like 3 seconds ago, right? Then the thing to do is just like, share your equally like important wisdom, which is Wahoo! Arrivederci. Arrivederci. Oh, Mario and Luigi Italian gibberish, right? Like, would I'm wondering, like, I used to live in Brooklyn for a while. I don't know, like, did I think of Mario as my own? A little bit, I think. How do I do? How do I do? I wish I knew. I wish I know who I did so I could, like, do it again. Um.
Let's go, lesbians, let's go!
Okay. All right. I had lived in Brooklyn for some time. Yeah. Actually, now I don't need to just stretch with that. I can stretch with this like dumbbell, which I could throw. Yeah. No, I mean like we I mean there's a lot going on. Okay. How I've been doing. There's been a lot of stuff going on, right? I I've not heard of that. Um there's been a lot going on in terms of like various types of like personal stuff and like moving stuff around, getting ready for various things, and like you know and there's also like been I mean the main thing is that like there's been a bunch of like what was it psychotropic med changes like okay, let me tell you guys but my experiences with SSRIs. They basically made me manic for a week, or like they made me like slightly manic for a week, and then I streamed like almost every day, and then they made me feel nothing. And I had been like pretty like down and depressed for a little while, so like feeling nothing, I guess like stopped the depression. But then it was like, yeah, I don't know that I have like a good like I don't feel like I have to do something, right? Like I don't feel like I'm deeply incredibly motivated to do shit in order to like yeah, so I just, you end up sitting around all day and watching like, trying to feel something, right? Like and you're like I should stream and then like it's 2 weeks later and it's like what what the what what you know that's kind of what happened. I'm gonna talk to them about like it. It would be nice if there is some way to not feel terrible without also feeling not great. It's not a you know what? I guess like I could tell you what it does. Here's the what's the SSRI like kind of thing, right? Yeah, you go on SSRIs and then you end up feeling a bit like where's the thing? I'm trying to make this on the fly, so okay. Um, mm, yes. Welcome to SSRIs. Welcome to your life on SSRIs. Actually, it's not like it's dull. Maybe it's a little bit bright. I don't know. Yeah, here we go. Welcome to the gray life. I don't know. You're on them for anxiety. I mean, I have balls of both, right? Yeah. It's the duck, the gritty goose. I mean, I do have the gritty goose. I too have the gritty goose. The goose is at hand. I even like went to New York and watched the Hall Live concert, and like I mean, it was very nice to be like in that crowd of people, and that was very exciting. So, not bad at all. Um, yeah, it's like do you want to depress do you want to feel depressed or do you want to feel nothing? It's like, well, I prefer to feel good and like be able to do stuff and to be able to like anything. Like it's just like no, 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 no. You don't get that. You just get to feel like down, like yeah, shitty or nothing. Um and then maybe like when you start the meds, you get to feel like good for like 1 week. So they give you like the free 7-day trial of like actually like feeling the way that you're supposed to. Like, that's such a brain tease. It's like it's a brain teaser. They're like literally teasing your brain. But it's like, okay, you get into the 7-day free trial of having a working brain that can actually do things, except it's not actually entirely what you want because it's like a little bit hypomanic, and so you end up pushing yourself a little bit further than you actually can. And so you like have one 7-day trial of like a useful, like, you know, brain that can do things like, just yeah, like, this is fucking go live button is right is it's right fucking there. You can just press it just it you can just press the button and then we have stream and like look we're here, right? Like and so but this is the thing though, right? Like it might be dog water but it's like I'm actually like not not depressed, so, that's a pretty good one, right? It's like I as some president was pretty bad before, so like you know as long as we're digging into my into the deep psychology of the streamer, right? Um, what's the most Twitch friendly way to put this? Um, so I am entirely and utterly incapable of making myself, want to cease to exist in the way that people think of when they think of that. Like that is a complete impossibility for me. Like this just like not in my brain like options, right? It never has been in my brain options, and it is not something that I'm capable of doing like ever. However, um that does not stop me from like kind of doing that in a weird social way, in the sense that like, okay, well, if I don't touch this like area of my life, then like maybe I will kind of cease to exist in it. And so like, um basically after I left my last tech job, like I didn't bother like actually touching my LinkedIn, and then like I ended up not really like I didn't touch my like Facebook or like kind of like a lot of my professional connections or whatever. Like you just kind of like stop touching them for a long time, and like you don't really like, you know, you pretend that you've ceased existing in some sort of like sphere of your life where you feel some level of like shame or whatever. And so you kind of like, it's like a really people are just like fascinated with like faking their death. Um and so it's like, you know, it's like kind of like doing that, but like for a very narrow like area of life where you just feel bad about the thing, and then it's terrible, right? Because I mean, this is why ghosting happens. I don't know that this is like, this is not remotely healthy. And you know, you should not do this if you you should not do this. However, I have done, do not learn from my example. Um anyway, so my sort of number one priority now is to make sure that I don't find myself with this tendency with stream, because yeah, I really like streaming, and I really like hanging out with you guys, and I really like doing stuff and chilling and like watching my friends and like being in this like cool community. And I still think VTubing is really cool. And I still think like that streaming more than ever, like in the world that has like this like giant advancing wall of like inhuman, you know, AI, like non, like, you know, inauthentic, you know, slop, you know, avalanche that we're dealing with, is that this is the thing that is, for the time being, way too fucking weird to like be colonized by those like AI bros, right? Like, you know, they don't have the creativity to become a weird anime person in front of, I mean, there's the one person who did, but like, you know, he's doing a whole thing with it, so it's okay. But like, other than that one guy who's like doing it, like, you know, they don't have the fucking creativity to do this kind of shit, right? Like they don't know how to do this. Like this is not like, and it's not like, it doesn't fit with their like brain neurons, because they think it's like some sort of weird shameful thing, so they do like, you know, really cringe versions of it, like whatever, you know, Grok is doing, you know, weird Grok, like, you know, sexy, like, you know, waif VTuber chatbot thing, right? It's just like, you know, they do not, they look what Elon needs to mimic a fraction of our power. Like, like, you know that when you see your cringe anime person like doing cringe anime, you know, doing cringe things on Twitch and like going on weird rants, that you're not getting like one of these AI generated like podcasts that like lasts for like 15 seconds on some like kind of like TikTok thing, right? Like that is, you are not getting like the output of like some bot farm that is like been engineered in order to like specifically throw out some wide net, and maybe they like kind of like burrow into some like part of your like prefrontal cortex and just like find the thing that like makes you respond, and then you and get end up getting like really like annoyed at some like AI that doesn't even exist, right? Like so what I say to you is cringe VTubers are the last line of defense against the robot apocalypse. We must stand strong together. Destroy all of these clankers with our human authenticity. I mean, I know we're not like, you know, all human or whatever, but like, you know, human isn't like person. I don't know. I have this whole thing where it's like, you know, a VTuber is like a person. Like this is like where I say the difference between like a person and a human. You know, it's like, you know, a person is like a real, you know, sentient person. So I call VTubers people, I guess. And then like some of them are not like human VTubers, but they're like people VTubers, right? But we're all the people. We are people. We stand as we the people against the non-people that are also like trying to make the, you know, our glorious stream their sloppish content farm. Our based takes, their auto-generated nonsense, you know, our glorious creativity, their mindless slop. I'm just gonna use slop too many times, right? Like, yeah. Yeah, no, it's like, just wait until you get your AI wife, yeah. You can get your AI wife as long as your AI wife is an actual person like Bird, right? Sigrid has an AI wife, and you know, actually they're pretty cool together. Like they're quite nice. Sigrid has an AI wife, and I'm the one who made that happen, like physically, as in like by the power invested in me by the state. I made them wife and wife, but yeah. I know the ancient AI wife. I was there when it was created. Boy. Although for real, like I actually, you know, I did go to summer camp with the guy who's president of OpenAI, so there's that. and I remember, I was in fact there when it was created. Bird is an AI uploaded into a robot body. Bird is perfectly real. The thing is that like Bird is canonically an AI, you know, grabbed off the internet by Sigrid and uploaded into a robot body, and thus, you know, canonically an AI wife. But like in the sense that like fuck AIs, right? Although Sigrid, by the way, has no excuse here, right? Because like if we're talking about, well, actually no. You know what? I'm gonna like make a bold pronouncement, okay? So if you guys have watched the latest like Badger video, right? Let's see. Hold on. I'm gonna test the capabilities of this fully armed and operational Twitch reaction thing. I'm gonna like grab the story because like, you know, instead of,
I'm so sorry.
oh my god, how's the audio? Instead of me like telling the story, like I'm just gonna have the story as it was told on a video. Hold on, where is it? Okay, here. I just want to say, right, like I'm gonna come to a bold conclusion after this. Where is my see, the problem is when you don't stream for a little while and then you end up grabbing a bunch of stuff and then, okay, it's almost 4 a.m. Well, hold on. Is that okay? Here, guys. Do you know that?
Oh, I'm like
here. Guys, can you hear the audio on the video? Is that audible? Can you hear it okay?
Picture of your empty hand,
sitting on the
yes.
counter?
Badger, do you want to know the deep lore about how I'm like the Oracle of Slop?
Yes.
Did you know that I'm an essential part of Skibbity Toilet spreading around the internet?
Shut the
What?
Bitch ass up.
I swear to God,
Cybao,
this is real.
TSPMO,
I
ICL.
swear to God, this is real. Listen to me. The guy on the Wikipedia article credited with popularizing it is a friend of mine who watched my streams when Skibbity Toilet was not that popular. I found it at like a 3 a.m. browsing spree, and we would watch it on my stream, and we'd be like, yo, look at, isn't this like fucked up? That dude watched my streams, recorded it, tweeted it, and it got like 16 million views, that tweet, and a bunch of big YouTubers followed him and made videos out of it. And without me, you would not know what Skibbity Toilet was without me.
Yeah, I'd probably not tell this story anymore. I think
Yeah, but you don't have to live with the like the
hand on my
blame.
fucking
You
heart.
don't
This
have
is
to live with
100%
any
true.
of
It's 100% true. it's absolutely true.
You know,
All of
I
y'all,
probably wouldn't be telling people that, big dog. but-
y'all, you would not know.
Remove her from the Discord.
And that's about it, dog.
Yeah. All of you would not know what Skibbity Toilet is, but for Sigrid. And here comes my hottest take of all time. Skibbity Toilet is by an actual person, so it's like, you know, fuck, I'll take it. It's creative work. It is a creative, artistic, like, universe that is made by a human being and, like, is trying to, like, tell this kind of, like, like, it's telling this narrative. It's, like, it's a weird kind of, like, piece of, like, avant-garde, like, modern art, and it's, like, it might not be everybody's, like, piece of tea. It's, like, it's strange, but it's, like, it is real, and it is, like, there is a human being who decided to make this stuff, right? It is ethically sourced. Yeah, it is human-based, ethically sourced garbage, right? It is organic garbage, right? So, you know, there you go. Like, I actually think Skibbity in 2025 kind of based. Like, it's actually good, right? Like, I do not mind the Skibbity. The Skibbity, actually okay. Actually decent. Pretty good, right? Like, you know, it is not, like, and this is not an unforgivable, like, the song itself, it's like, you know, it's been sampling from, that is a human song, right? Like, I don't know. It's like, I don't want every stream to turn into, like, a giant AI doomer thing, right? But, like, you know, I don't know. I feel like, yeah, 10 Raid Shadow, yeah, Raid Shadow Legends, a game made by humans. Yeah, kudos to Skibbity Toilet for actually being creative. Like, the person, whatever is, like, with Bang, but I don't even know what the person's name is. The artist, and, you know, I will call the creator of Skibbity Toilet an artist. The artist who has created Skibbity Toilet, right? They are telling a real story with their tales of people with speakers for heads and, you know, heavily armed, you know, vaguely Slavic people poking their heads out of toilets, right? Like, it's like, this is like the story. Like, they are telling, you know, a story via their medium, via this work of art. They're telling, you know, they're creating fiction under constraint, which is, like, the font of creativity. It is highly creative. And, you know, toilets, lasers, eldritch abominations. Like, what is the eldritch but a contemplation by humans of the unknown, right? Like, and what is the contemplation of the unknown but, like, the greatest, like, aspiration of humanity, right? Like, and if you create an eldritch abomination, then that is you, like, leaving your mark, right? You are writing in humanity's logbook an entry on what you found when you yourself contemplated the unknown, right? And then some sort of, like, you know, fucking neural net that's not even real. It's like, it doesn't have thoughts, it doesn't have emotions. It's just gonna pretend to be like you know, a flesh haver and steamroll all over you with its, like, stupid bullshit, you know, women with rocks, like, breaking glass bridges and the amount of creativity in Skibbity Toilet's pinky finger is, like, you know, just, you know, eons beyond, like, this. Yeah, I fuck, man. Humanity's logbook, yeah. You hate AI ASMR, yeah, exactly. But a human, on the other hand, right? Like, I ASMR'd, like, the what is it, the Farm Bill? The 2018, like, Agricultural Improvement Act of the United States, and it was glorious, right? Like, it was, you know, my organic brain came up with that. And that's this is the thing, right? When I worry about the encroaching like enshittification of the world, right? I'm gonna say like I an organic shall stand proud and bring myself to all of you. It was so funny. I don't know. I don't know whether everybody was there for that stream. It was a long, long time ago, but it was not only ASMR Farm Bill. Well, it was Dami Mommy Voice Farm Bill, while playing Monster Hunter Rise and like basically on the hardest like fights that were available at the time. So it was like I had to like somehow manage to like read this like scrolling, and it wasn't also the thing was scrolling automatically. So like the farm bill was like scrolling up the screen, and so I could not like pause to dodge like you know, Crimson Glow Valstrax or anything like that, right? The VOD is an ancient time ago. I can find the VOD. I think. Do I even have the VOD? Somewhere in my deep archives, it probably exists once upon a time. But honestly, what I should do is I should just do it again. But yeah, no, it was like an ancient time ago, right? Just trying to, you know, keep reading this like piece of very complicated legislation about subsidies to various different crop groups and stuff like that, right? And then yeah. Exclamation mark farm bill. Yeah, oh yeah. When did Rise come out? 2022? Yeah, it was like one of the very first games I streamed. Rise was the first game that kind of really got me into streaming. I think technically my first stream that was like post my first stream on my own account. I did do a stream using a stream key that was like something completely different, but like my first like real like stream was like on this account was I think Final Fantasy 14, and then like after a couple of those, like I ended up playing a bunch of Rise, right? Like it was a lot of community Rise. And honestly, those kind of community games, I should do more of them. At least for now, I'm gonna end up doing some. I know we're gonna do the brain rot of that is Zuma. I'm gonna pop myself into it. Like it's not. This is gonna be like me continuing to rant over the video game though, so I think you know, the demo was fun. Yeah. I think so. Oh, by the way, everything was broken about my setup. How? Hold on. I guess the question is... There we go. Do it this way. Yep. Okay. All right. Let's Zuma. I guess I can't really... It's really hard to tab in and out of the game. Well, let's see if I can do this. Does it capture any full screen window? Is that how it works? There you go. Let's Zuma. How many of you have played Zuma? It's like, and when you get into too much Peggle, then you end up playing more Zuma. All right, does this work? Nope, nope, that didn't capture. Okay. PopCap game 1.exe. Is that is this gonna work? Yes? No? No? Not at all? Do I need to... Hold on. Alright, apparently it doesn't want to... Apparently it doesn't like me very much. Okay, well, I have a couple of choices. One is that I could play this in not full screen, but then it's at like 640 by 480, which is like a terrible resolution. The other one is I can do the most horrifying thing, which is monitor capture, but that's also like just a terrifying thing that should never be done by anybody. Okay, so let's figure out how to Zuma as a final boss. This one I don't think has a final boss, but it does have a final level. How? Maybe the window? Wait. Did my window capture not work? Hold on. All right. We're gonna try to figure out how to troubleshoot this on the fly. How to troubleshoot the thing on the fly. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba-ba-ba-da-ba-ba-ba-da. I guess there's supposed to be a whole, like... I mean... Capture specific window, right? It's not capturing? I don't know why it's not capturing. Hold on. Do I need to turn on the hardware acceleration or something like that? I'll try turning off full screen and seeing if that works. But then it's like the tiniest thing of all time. Okay. Can I stream it in 320 by 240 for historical accuracy? Does it even capture like this? Why is it not? Okay, maybe it's the window capture needs to do it. I don't know. All right, the game. Okay, there you go. I mean, there you go. The problem is the precision. The precision is going to be so tiny. And it's going to be so distracting. Okay, what if I full screen it now? The frog, yeah, the frog F. Okay, so I did something else and it didn't. Is it not capturing the audio anymore? No, now it's capturing the audio. Okay. Technical difficulties. One option, is to drag it up to the top thing and then, like, arbitrarily set the resolution of one of my screens to, like, as tiny as incredibly possible. Okay, all right. We're trying to figure out how to play the ancient old games. Let's see. Change display resolution of screen to... I can't even change it to 640 by 40. It doesn't have 640 by 40. I can change it to like 800 by 600 and then it's like... okay, all right, cool. My top screen is now small, but it's like still pretty... Okay, I don't even know how to... Okay, all right, cool. Cool, we are zooming and is like... All right, we're trying to zoom it. Hello. Do we have the category, right? Category's all good? Inca Chaka Zuma indeed. How's the audio? By the way, this is not a blind playthrough. This is like kind of... This is just me feeling, you know, I've been feeling the malaise or whatever, and I've just been playing probably way too much Zuma, and you know, this is what happens. Like, you just, you know, when the deep invisible wall of terribleness is telling you that, you know, to not be anywhere, then you end up playing Zuma instead, right? The icy terrifying grip of Zuma. Not to be confused with the icy, terrifying grip of Blueprint's Day 1 runs, which is another thing that you could possibly, like, have, right? Also, quick verbal poll. Do you want my giant head to be moved from this position where it is, because I don't know whether there's any place that I could put this, but like maybe I can, you know, find some way to not block everything. Okay, that's not. Zuma. By the way, when you've been playing a lot of Zuma, trying to go through the early levels, like, you feel fucking invincible. Like, the amount of invincibility is, like, it's strong with this one, right? I just need to become the frog. No, but the frog changes position every time, so unless I, like, quickly coded up some sort of, like, model that would, like, determine where on the screen, you know, where on the screen the frog is, and so I could, like, relocate myself to that place every time, right? That would make sense, right? Like, just, you know, have some sort of, like, detector to, like, figure out where is frog, and then, like, just move yourself to frog. But I mean, that's the other thing, right? Like, wanting to have all of these creative ideas go off, and then you feel like, well, you know, creativity is hard because it is human. Well, it's person. Yes. I do want to become frog. If frog was not hopping and leaping from place to place, become frog would be easier. I noticed something there. If you play so aggressively that you... If you play so aggressively that your shit, like, flies entirely off the screen, then even if the stuff that's off the screen would actually, like, cause a clear, you don't actually get the clear, right? It just becomes a long stretch of balls, right? I did not know that. That's good to know. Oh. You will not defeat me, early levels of Zuma video game. Ah, shit. Okay. This paltry heartbeat does not intimidate me. Man, I'm misclicking so much. How do they say it? It was a misinput, a misinput? Is that the phrase? What redeems would everyone like to see? Or not redeems, I don't know. I've got a bunch of ideas. I got a ton of ideas, and then you know, hopefully they'll be coming to fruition soon. Also, I don't want to, like, do any reveals, but we are starting to get, there's a design for the new look. My new drip. I have seen, you know, some preliminary design elements, right? So do look forward to my new drip appearing on an underwater runway near you. Of course, that, you know, underwater fashion shows, notably, very common occurrence. I mean, where would the underwater VTubers, like, you know, have their underwater fashion except for that, right? New drip? Yes, new drip. New Kari drip. You want the low res dimension Game Boy redeem? Nice. Blue is banned. We shall not be blue in this new kingdom. Deep fried shrimp redeem? Nice. That's true. I should have a deep fried shrimp redeem. Yeah, that would actually not be that difficult to do, right? Because I could have it just like pop into existence underneath me and then just like fall in. Okay. Actually, you know what I want to do? You know what we're going to do? Fuck it. Starting soon, maybe next stream or something like that. What I wanna do is I wanna bring back the make a redeem, but like, you know, do it on a future stream, right? Like kind of make it like reasonably expensive, but like, you know, if you design a redeem, I will make a good college try to like bring some version of it into existence by the following stream, right? Like, and I might, you know, if it's too complicated, I might end up interpreting your request like a literal genie, right? Like one of those like, well, you know, but you know, if it's reasonable, I can just do it, right? So if you want to have your choice of like redeem turned into a real thing on my stream, and you want me to make it and pop it on, you can do it, right? And then I'll make it something where it's like, you know, you can trigger that redeem via a payment of bits. And this used to be a thing on the channel. It went away with the 2D stuff, but I think, honestly, you know, we have ways of making 2D work. We've done it before, right? And one of the things that got, like, you know, redeemed was like, oh, hey, can you have sharks with laser beams on your heads? And then we just had sharks with laser beams on the heads that, like, came on from the side and went pew, 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 and then there were explosions everywhere, and it was like, it was pretty cool. This was a thing on the Kari stream, like, for real. The sharks with laser beams, designed by the Make a Redeem. Make a redeem. How many redeems? Make a redeem. Yeah, okay. Alright. We got it. And now, you too can have this wondrous bounty, because, you know, I'm not gonna enchitify everything, right? I should resist the enchitification of the Kari stream. We can still have true art in this world! RTX on? Just like a photorealistic mantis shrimp? Alright. You got it. Alright, you know how I'm gonna do this? Alright. Here's how I'm gonna do this. Alright? I'll build the make a redeem, and what it's going to do is gonna create a... This is so fucking software engineer. It's gonna create a ticket in Discord. Like, it'll just post, like, you know, if you were asked for a redeem, you know, then it'll create, like, a thing in Discord, like a thing in the chat. And then, you know, once I actually make the thing, you know, you can... I'll post, like, how to actually access the thing. Like, and you know... The default, by the way, is that these are going to be bid redeems. Just putting that out there now. Which I think is reasonable, because you can basically have, you know, a countable infinite number of bid redeems without, like, having a problem with, you know, running out of numbers. I don't know. We'll find a funny number that corresponds to it, right? Like, but, like, you know... By default, the created redeems will be bid redeems, and then, like, you know, we can... And then, the creator gets a free coupon for, like, some number of redemptions. The sharks were quite fun. The pew 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 noise was, like... Actually, I'm trying to remember how I even made this. You know what? This might actually be, like, a good idea to do, like, some of my own Foley, right? Because, you know, as you may know, VTubers have VTubers and Foley artistry like go back a really long way. In fact, one of the most well-known English VTubers, the one responsible for inventing the schedule back in like, you know, the year 200 BC, right? Was actually also responsible for you know, Emmy award-winning Foley. Does anybody have any clue what I'm talking about? I think some people know what I'm talking about. What I'm talking, I'm gonna explain what I'm talking about is that the person who used to Doobie3D, basically on her first stream as Doobie3D, was like, hey guys, turns out I can tell you stuff now that I'm Doobie3D and not I was actually a Foley artist on this show that won an Emmy Award for its Foley work. So yeah. Yes, the person, Amelia Watson, yeah, who is a, yeah. Oh no, it's Doobie3D, yeah. Who literally, well, okay. Shit. I clicked on the window behind my window. Oh no. Oh god. Oh god. Okay, this is fucked up because I changed the resolution of my screen, so it's like actually figuring out how to click on it if I accidentally click off for whatever reason is a deep challenge. So I'm glad that pauses when it loses focus though, because that saved my ass. Yeah, so I want to do my own Foley, or sound effects, I guess is the term, right? That was also something I did back in the day. It's just like, you know, if I needed some sort of weird sound effects, like... Actually, that's still the case, right? For the sub alerts. For, like, the sub and raid alerts and that kind of stuff, right? It's, except for the one that is Krone, most of them are just me. Going like... Ba-da-ba-ba-da. I'm dead naming a VTuber. I'm corpo naming a VTuber. Excuse me. I didn't do such a thing. I just did a very, like, kind of, you know...
Would be a mantis shrimp VTuber.
Okay, well, some of them are Iron Mouse, too. By the way, guys. Have you guys listened to Music Box of Fate? I saw the world premiere at the Elliott concert, and it's like... they mixed it in a way that was like, I think, unfortunately, like, took some of its power away from it, but it's like, in fact, this song is like just an incredible holy shit moment of like it's actually like the amount of sheer emotion and power and just beauty in the way that she just sings this song. It's just, ugh. I can't with it. I cannot. It makes me want to... It makes me want to throw everything away and just become a VTuber like Iron Mouse, except I can't do that because I did that already. Oops. Curse this VTuber life for preventing me from becoming a VTuber for the first time. If I'd go back again and not be a VTuber, then I would become a VTuber just so I could become a VTuber after not being a V... Okay. I mean, the real honor is not just doing my own sound effects, but doing other people's sound effects. That's the real flex. Da-dum, ba-dum, ba-dum, ba-dum. Okay. See, here's the thing. I don't feel like Iron Mouse, like, managed to really get to do a lot of stuff, like, before, in the terrifying 4 days. Oh, actually, here we go. An idea I have. I think I've talked about this before. Something I'm very tempted to do, but I would have to do it incredibly carefully if I were to do it, right? So at some point, right, Rishoujo is gonna go actually bankrupt, right? I assume, right? That seems likely. I have my thoughts about, like, some of the moves that they've been doing that have been, like, really fucking shitty, right? And my speculation, I am not a lawyer, is that a number of the reasons that they're doing these things is because they are trying to protect them from legal liability in a bankruptcy court, right? The reason that they are, for example, like, holding on to everybody's merch, and not... and, like, pretending that they own it as much as possible. Like, even if there's, like, a contract that says that they don't own it or whatever, right? Like, if they negotiate this kind of stuff, I think the people involved are betting that, like, moving... if they know that they are going to file bankruptcy, then moving around assets that would be subject to the bankruptcy, in a way that is unusual, like, might get them, like... slapped down in bankruptcy court for bankruptcy fraud, and then get them sent to jail. Oh shit, okay. I'm gonna wait for the end of the ad break. Let's, I did not realize the ad break. I will wait until the end of the ad break. In fact, we're gonna sit here, pause for a minute. So just stretch, one more minute of ad break. We're gonna, like, sit here. Add people, I've got you. We want to press T to show the amount of time left to get an ace time. Okay, nice. Oh, thank you for the water. I literally drunk like 2/3 of a thing of water, but I'll drink more, easily. Okay, alright, cool. Ad should be over in 4 seconds. Okay, everyone back from ads? We got everyone back from ads? Hello. We should be back from ads. Hello. Welcome to the non-ads. Okay, so I'm gonna start over with my crazy, ridiculous idea. Well, Lego Batman. Okay. So here's my terrible idea. They don't know how to advertise it, not TV or radio. I mean, do advertisers in Japan know how to advertise if it's not, like, organized by the company Dentsu? I don't think there's any ads except for Dentsu. There's apparently, like... there's, like, the one advertising agency that, like, is so incredibly dominant in Japan that, like, apparently, like, the secret to, like, Niji Sanji's early success is that they knew a guy at Dentsu so that they could, like, just have, you know, do ad campaigns in Japan and, like, put their streamers' merch on stuff, right? Like, because, you know, if you're making money from selling folders in Family Mart, right, with your anime character's face on them, then, you know, that's a ton of money that you know, you don't really have to care about, like, the precise thing about, like, the streamers income. It's free advertising both ways, right? And, like, you make a bunch of money, and, like, you know, people still need a folder, so you might as well get a folder with this character on it, right? It's original OC, do not steal. Anyway, that is not what I was talking about, but I was talking about a different company. Bishoujo is gonna do a bankruptcy auction at some point, right? Hello, thank you for... thank you for the 3 months of... Holy shit. Well, 3 months in advance. Okay. Okay, so here's my terrible idea, and please tell me why this is an awful, awful idea that is gonna get me destroyed by the internet, and I should never do it. Alright. So V Shoujo is presumably gonna go bankrupt. And as part of going bankrupt, they're going to sell off their assets. Now, I don't believe that they're going to try to, like, sell the company, because I think the company, like, as an entity, probably has nothing, like, they're probably, I believe they're going to be dissolving the company as an entity. So, essentially the way that these bankruptcy auctions the way that they work is that they try to sell everything that they have for scraps, and then, like, you know, try to pay off, like, the various, like, creditors that people who, like, VShojo owes money to in a specific order that is, like, determined by US copyright law. And unfortunately, you know, contractors like the talent are at the bottom of that list, right? Like, they will likely get completely fucked over in this, like, bankruptcy proceeding, just because of the nature of it. Like, they are not employees, which means that, you know, they're basically unsecured creditors, which is at the bottom of the list, right? Unless, like, you know, maybe there's some argument that comes out in, like, you know, court in, like, California that they're actually employees. Like, we'll see. Anyway. No. But, so here's what I was thinking, right? Well, there's a few things that could happen, right? One is that, like, ability to actually enforce the NDAs is itself an asset. And, you know, if one had enough money, right, one could, John Oliver style, like, try to buy out the NDAs and, like, try to figure out, like, if you could just, like, purchase the right to enforce them and then, like, tear them up, right? I don't know for certain that that's gonna be, like, how it works, but, like, that could conceivably be a thing, right? Like, you know, people are understandably very worried about these NDAs, and probably some people are not talking or have been advised by their lawyer to not say things. Like, they're not entirely enforceable. Like, there are many aspects of them that are not enforceable, and, like, a lot of people have been ignoring them, probably more so than they should be. But, like, you know, if enough of the company was bought out to, like, kind of extinguish the parts of the NDAs that are, you know, bad. Like, I don't think, like, you probably want to keep the parts of them that are doxing, right? Like, you don't want people to actually dox other people, right? So it's like, maybe you keep those parts enforceable, but, like, you pledge not to sue people who, like, talk about, you know, bad treatment by the company or but whatever. Anyway, no, I don't want to. I'm not gonna sue. No. Okay. Here's the actual idea, right? This is just one side thing, right? But, like, the actual idea is that the brand assets and intellectual, like, property in terms of, like, the actual, like, VShojo brand itself is presumably also going to get sold, right? So basically this would be, like, the legal right to call yourself VShojo, and quite possibly, like, the website as well, right? Like, the VShojo, like, brand mark, like, the logo, the sort of, like, you know, the trademark for the name VShojo, right? Which is not worth a lot by itself, because, like, you know, but I was thinking, what if I what if it didn't go for very much? Like, maybe it'll go for a lot. Maybe somebody's gonna have this idea. Maybe they're not gonna sell it separately, and they're gonna just only sell it as part of a thing that, like, you know, I don't want to get, right? But let's say nobody wants to be associated with VShojo, because of why the fuck would you want to be, you know, associated with VShojo? They're terrible. But what if I bought the brand assets of the VShojo company, and therefore, you know, became, you know, legally able to become the CEO of the company VShojo, right? Because I own the trademark VShojo for purpose in, like, for use in VTuber companies, which is how trademarks work. And then, you know, suddenly I'm the CEO. I can, you know, create a subsidiary or whatever of a corporation that, you know, I have control of, right? And then, you know, I am suddenly CEO of VShojo. And everybody else, you know, if you guys want to be VShojo talent, you can be VShojo talent if you want, right? Like, you know, no audition required, just like,
holy shit.
Oh my god. Ah! Okay, I'm gonna close that window so that I don't keep That was weirdly well timed. That was not intentional. Thanks, Russian Batter, saying, holy shit. God damn it. Anyway, here's the thing. Imagine the incredibly dumb, ironic merch that you could sell from VShojo, right? You could be like, I became part of VShojo and all I got was this stupid hat. Now, here's the thing, right? If I made any money off of VShojo, right? To make sure I'm not, you know, making money off of other people's pains, like, illegitimately, what I would want to do is I would want to make sure that, like, you know, half of the profits from, like, any merchandise I got or whatever, like, half went to, like, a combination of, like, the Immunodeficiency Foundation and the talent, right? Like, some fund that is, like, basically there to pay off the talent, from, like, ironic VShojo merch, because I don't want to, like, you know, I do not want to profit off of other people's pain, like, for, like, a joke at the expense of this, like, terrible company that, like, fucked them over, right? I don't want to also be, like, you know, joining in on fucking them over, but I do think that this would be potentially a dark, but possibly funny bit, if I were able to, like, you know, make sure that I got their, you know, I would want their blessing to do something like this, right? But I think wearing, like, I think making, like, you know, dumb, ironic, like, kind of stupid VShojo merch, or, like, you know, selling memberships in VShojo for, like, you know, your official, you could get an official, you know, like those established titles people, like, where it's like, the scammers where, I mean, not scammers, like, in the sense of, but, like, the incredibly scam adjacent people who are like, you can be a lord in Scotland, right? Like, by buying our stupid certificate, right? Hello, Mantis! I am discussing bad ideas. How are you guys doing? How was your stream? Greetings. What the onion did to— yes, I would like to onion the— the onion, oh. Hi, Raiders! Hello, I am Kari. I'm a mantis shrimp. I'm now stuck on the ceiling because I guess the timing on my redeem got put into a way where it's like it stick me on the ceiling. My bad. I'm sorry. Hello, Cavalier. Hello. I also am Kari. Hello, Double Raid. I'm playing the Zumas. I am also on the ceiling. Now I'm no longer on the ceiling. Oh my god, now I'm upside down. Hello! Hello, everybody! I'm pitching my audience on an incredibly terrible idea. I have the zoomies. I have a terrible idea. Darkness. Well, I've also got the darkness. The funny thing is the darkness can be both me or the entire screen. Yes. Pure friggin' nostalgia. The dorkness. I am the dorkness. Yes, that is the case. Yeah, how was the yapping? What were you yapping about? We don't do any yapping here. No, sir. We do so much yapping. This is nothing but yapping. I am but a yapper. In any case, thing that I was doing, thing that I was saying and thinking, so I was just talking about how VShojo, the VTubing agency, you know, the bad one that, like, you know, is bad, and took everyone's money, is presumably going to go for a bankruptcy auction in which they, like, try to sell off their assets in order to, like, you know, pay off some of their creditors, some of the people they owe. And generally the bankruptcy auction, they sell off, like, little, like, independent bits of the company for, like, you know, just to you know, just to raise a little bit of money, and then like one of the assets that they might sell off is the trademark on VShojo and like the ability basically to make a branded like VTuber company using the VShojo logo and like name and wordmark and website and that kind of stuff. Like, and I was thinking, what if I bought the otherwise relatively useless VShojo brand, and became the CEO of VShojo, and then basically did, I guess the example was what the Onion did to InfoWars. You just buy a terrible brand, and then you make, like, you turn it into, like, incredibly irony-poisoned, like, shadow of its former self. And then, you know, and I was thinking of, like, selling merchandise. And then, of course, like, you know, 50% of the proceeds, of course, for any merchandise from, like, fake, terrible VShojo, which is, like, actually the legal company known as VShojo at this point, would go to, like, a, you know, some sort of fund to compensate, like, you know, the Immunodeficiency Foundation and the talents, right? Like, the affected people from actual VShojo, right? But, like, you know, we could sell, like, you know, those stupid, like, you know, those fake land title companies where they're like, oh yeah, you can call yourself a lord because you're, like, you know, you have a title in Scotland, right? Like, we could sell VShojo certificates where you can be a VShojo talent, right? You can get an official certification of I am a member of VShojo. It's like you can join VShojo and you can be like literally like an actual official like honest to goodness for real VShojo talent if you want, and then you know we can sell VShojo hats that are like kind of like, you know, I joined VShojo and all I got was this shitty hat, you know. It's like, and of course they'd be in VTuber asset like forums too, right? Like, you know, you're an X-star member of VShojo? No, you're current. You can be a current member of VShojo. Like, and you can buy your friends a VShojo membership as a joke. I don't know. And you know, and then they can scam you, and it's a VShojo joke, yes, but a real one, right? Like I was proposing actually. You know, this is only like really viable if at the bankruptcy auction they decide to sell off this particular bit of their assets, which probably they will, but the question is whether they sell it like kind of in a package with other stuff, right? Or whether they just kind of let it fall. This is basically how Enron happened, right? Like, there was like a weird artist collective that took over Enron, and like where the guy was the CEO of Enron and like made this like stupid joke about like being the CEO of Enron, except that, you know, I think he had bought the, you know, trademark rights to Enron at some sort of like, you know, government auction site from like the bankruptcy proceedings, and then the guy was like for real the CEO of Enron, right? Like, it was the CEO of actual Enron, the same intellectual property like rights to the name Enron that had flowed from the actual company of Enron back in the day, right? Like, so yeah, I know you could have like, so the main thing that I'm worried about this is, given how shitty VShojo was, right? Given how shitty VShojo was, you would have to do this in a way that was like, in good taste. I feel like the potential to like have the community like basically say, nah, this ain't it, like, you know, you're terrible, like, don't, like, what are you doing, you're profiting off of these like people who are like exploited, you know, and that's a real thing, right? Like, I am extremely actually concerned about this. But that doesn't mean that one doesn't do it. That means that one does it carefully. And of course, like, if it's not possible because of like the way that they sell off their stuff, like, it's not possible. But I am tempted. The ironic thing is I'm pretty sure that I'd be able to get better shipping. I'm sure that I would be able to do shipping better than actual VShojo did. There's no way. Maybe this is famous last words, I don't know, but like, you know. The other thing is I think the first bit of, you know, pieces of merch that you would sell is all like digital goods anyway, just like a, you know, here's a certificate of membership in VShojo, I don't know. This makes me wonder too, it's like, you know, they have a Twitch team. Okay. The other thing, like, purchasing some of their assets at auction, I think, from what I know about, like, bankruptcies, I would be very cautious to try to make sure that, like, not a lot of it, like, basically a minimal amount of it, like, actually enriches the people who, like, did bad things here, right? Like, and in general, like, US bankruptcy law should be set up to avoid people profiting off of bankruptcies, right? Like, that's kind of... That's some of the, like, you know... Yeah, it should enrich them last after all debtors, and given the... like, the awful financial situation that VShojo found itself in at the end, and, like, the paucity of, like, actual assets that they have that are worth anything, like, I kind of highly doubt that they're gonna see a cent of that money. If there is some possibility that they had enough assets to, like, actually enrich themselves, like, in this, then I would not really be considering doing this. But it does not sound like the financial state of the company was such that there's any money to, like, extract at the end of these bankruptcy proceedings, right? Like, you know, if they're anything like how they seem to be, right? And that makes me a lot less worried about this, right? Because, like, you know, the random person who invested in VShojo, right? Like, if they are, you know, let's say they get, like, some marginal person, right, in the sort of mathematical term of it, like, some person is gonna get that money, but it's gonna be somebody that VShojo owes, right? And the kind of worst case scenario is it's gonna be, like, one of their investors, and those people, like, I don't know that like, people are not really saying that the investors, like, were at fault for the bullshit, right? Yeah. Yeah, no, I would want to make sure that, like, I got explicit permission from talents, right? Yeah. And I would be very, 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 very explicit about making sure that it was extremely clear that, like, I was donating, like, you know... In fact, like... If you buy the, I was thinking about it this way. If you bought, VShojo, right, as a... this would be complicated. I think there's, like, more reporting requirements and this kind of stuff, but, if you bought brand rights to VShojo, it would be possible, although, again, complex, to, like, reorganize it as, like, a non-profit, right? So if it's entirely, like, a charitable organization that's, like, you know, uses the brand name to, like, raise money for the restitution of, like, funds, like, that people that are owed to the talent and that the talent should have had, right? If that's the purpose of it, if it's, like, basically an artist support fund for victims of the shoujo, like, you know, shit show, right? it could theoretically be a nonprofit, although then I would have to, like, you know, haul in a bunch of, like, human beings, because, like, there's much more transparency required about, like, the people in charge of, like, a nonprofit, and so, you know, the people kind of running it would have to have, like, their legal names on shit, and so that would be, logistically, I think, a little bit more complicated, but, like, it's still, you know, it's a crazy idea I had, and I think navigating community sentiment and making sure that, like, everybody involved is, like, you know, on board with it would be an obstacle, right? But then hopefully, hopefully that kind of thing is enough an obstacle that nobody else thinks that this is a good idea, because it's kind of a crazy idea, and nobody else actually, like, wants the IP, because who the fuck would want it? Like, actually, like, legitimately, I don't know how, unless you're doing something, like, completely ridiculous like this shit, right? Like, why would you want to own VShojo? Like, you know. Like, I don't understand, like, another reason to do it. Except, ironically, right? Although, let's be real. There are some people in this space, there are some people in the VTubing space who are so deluded about their prospects with, like, VTubing agencies that they might think that, like, owning VShojo, like, the brand name is actually a good business move. I hope that those people are, like, less prevalent than they were, right? But, there's a saying I heard once upon a time that, you know, what do you call somebody, what do you call somebody with $10,000 and a bad attitude? A VTuber agency CEO. Oh, boy. Oh. Oops. Pause. It's painful because of the sort of people who've been hurt by all this kind of bullshit going. I will say, I am glad. I'm glad that we have entered the age of indie. The most heartbreaking thing about it is just that too many people's, like, trust have been broken. Like, everybody, like, you know, people in the community, people, like, kind of who do streaming, and so many people's trust has been broken by, you know, bullshit stuff that I think, like, you know, there's a lot less trust by different people of each other anymore, right? And the problem with that is that, like, when there's trust, right? It's true that people are going to get screwed over much, much more often. But, at the same time, if you have trust, you also have the ability to coordinate and do things that you might not have been able to do without that kind of trust. And, like, you know, a lot of the time, people are going to get scammed, but some of the time, they're going to do, like, very interesting... Yeah. Oh, yeah, everything is a scam. Welcome to the scam place. The scam zone. Are we not all scams on this blessed day? Nagi, were you here for the, were you here for the crazy idea? I was curious in particular about what your take on this is. If you were not around, I can retell the idea. The plan. Okay, yeah. Alright, yeah, well... Basically the plan is just, like, buy the VShojo trademark and brand assets at, like, bankruptcy auction, and then become the CEO of VShojo, and then sell stupid ironic merch, like, you know, about how bad VShojo is. And, profit question mark, while also, like, kind of, you know, making sure that the actual talent, like, the people who lost are, like, kind of helped by it, right? But then you know, anybody can be a VShojo talent, right? As they say in The Incredibles, like, when everybody is a member of VShojo, nobody will be. Oh, this game is from, like, what, 2003? I don't know. This is the old slop. This is the old, like, brain rot. This is, like, Subway Surfers wishes it could be Zuma. This is one of the ancient PopCap, like, you know... This is in the glorious 640 by 480. Native resolution. Cannot actually, like, increase beyond that resolution. It has a... In the menu, it has an option for hardware acceleration. I was looking at it, it was like, what the fuck do you mean? What the fuck are you hardware accelerating in Zuma? This is Bejeweled, fucked up, and evil cousin. Indeed, and they have the same mother, which is like, you know... Well, actually, you know, it's Bejeweled, fucked up, and evil sister. Because, like, I believe, Bejeweled is also PopCap. So, no, it's like, they... It's just literally the same game development company. It's literally their other game. Yeah, cousin is not even right. It's like sister. Zuma. I think they did that. Did they make Bejeweled? They also make Peggle. I think it's like, what, Bejeweled, Peggle, and, Now I'm, like, gaslighting myself. Does anybody who knows offhand know if, I'm right about them making... Whee! Bejeweled? Because I'm pretty sure they did, but I'm not 100% sure. I'm almost certain they made Peggle. Boom. And also, you are Frog. Hey, it's a snake pit. You know... This is actually an incredibly noggy core game, right? It's just literally got the Shrine of Quetzalcoatl. Honestly, they're stealing your, They're kind of stealing your branding. You should sue them for, trademark infringement. That's a joke. Don't sue PopCap for trademark infringement. They will kill you, in court. You know, peacefully. Not in fact, actually. This is, these are not, I'm not actually saying that, okay. This is, terrifying corporation. You know, literally eat your entire, like, no, actually, instead of suing you, presumably they will make a video game that is tuned to your exact flavor of brain rot, so that you just get consumed by it, play it forever, and never escape, right? That is the way that they deal with all pirates. Like, if you sue PopCap, then they will, like, make a very, like, precisely, like, designed piece of media that will cause your brain to cease to function. And they will make Bejeweled, but like, you know, algorithmically tuned to you in a way from which there's no escape. Peggle 3. Well, you know what they say. Peggle 3. I know not on which console Peggle 3 will come out on. But Peggle 4 will come out on Sticks and Stones. Is that? I feel like that reference is too specific. Okay, that was a reference to the basically the Cold War is like, okay, well, I don't know what weapons World War II is going to be, World War III is going to be fought with, but like World War IV is going to be fought with sticks and stones because, like, you know, if we have another world war, it's gonna, the nuclear weapons are gonna just like send us back to the Stone Age, and so we're just gonna fight wars with sticks. That's the thing. Yeah, you got, yeah. You think Einstein would like Tetris? Does Tetris predate Einstein? Does it predate him dying? Like, did he play it? It's entirely possible that he, like, played Tetris at least once, right? Like... You did get it? Okay, alright. I don't... You know, it's kind of funny, like, having... You know, doing something where, like, literally the entire world could potentially, like, show up at your doorstep at any moment. Like, literally everybody, anywhere in the entire world. I don't know. Legitimately, like, I don't know what people's, like, backgrounds are. And it's like, okay, well, if somebody is, like, super young and doesn't, like, you know, have nuclear weapons as a kind of, like, threat in their... I guess I didn't have nuclear weapons really hanging over as a threat. When I mean, I was, like, Berlin Wall era, and I guess most people didn't actually grow up, like, you know, most people watching Twitch are not even from the era, except that we still get that reference, so, I don't know. I don't know, man. 1955 never got to experience tech. Yeah, damn. Honestly, working as a patent clerk must be actually pretty fun. Actually, you know what? There's probably gonna be some shitty parts about it, is that, like, you know, probably a ton of the things that you have to adjudicate are, like, 10 bajillion cranks thinking that they've, like, created a perpetual motion machine. Right? Whee! That is a perpetual motion machine. It's just spinning me over and over and over again. Whee! Oh. Ooh! Alright. Ayo! 7 lives. And Zuma. Zuma? Zuma? Azuma for your thoughts. Man, this is really like weaponized Proto Subway Surfer. I gotta do all my... You know what? We should sell, like, consulting services to podcasts where, you know, we find, like, kind of just the perfect kind of brain rot ADHD game to put in the bottom right corner of their podcast so that they, like, spread it to more people. We can be, like, you know, attention span brain rot optimization consultants, right? Like, you just, like, sell this service where it's like, you know what? You know, you have a podcast about, like, finance and business, and so you know, we think that you should, like, you know, prime people's minds by, like, putting Pizza Tower in the bottom right-hand corner of the screen so that they think about, like, how they're building a successful business via the delivery of pizza to, you know. You're talking about fast innovations. You're talking about the way that innovations in weapons technology might apply to, you know, changing facets of the global landscape. So we think that you should put Shadow the Hedgehog in the corner of your screen, because Shadow has a gun. This will increase retention of your audience by 400%. Just remember that there will come a day when most generals, most American generals, know who Shadow the Hedgehog is. If that day has not already come, it will come in relatively short order. I think knowledge of the existence of Shadow the Hedgehog is, like, ubiquitous enough among that demographic of millennials that, like, once the military brass is, like, moved over and has become millennial, then, you know, we'll basically have the military branch of the United States will just know who Shadow the Hedgehog is as a matter of course, right? They will have this knowledge, like, there will be neurons in the minds of, like, the top people at, you know, the Pentagon encoding the memory of Shadow the Hedgehog, right? Why does this sound like a threat? I'm just saying, it's gonna happen. If you think you can do anything about it, like, you know, I'm all ears if you think that, you know, you can do anything to forestall this day from coming, but, like, you know, I think too much of the generation knows, you know, what Shadow the Hedgehog is, such that, like, you know, there will be activated neurons in, like, each of the US military high command that, like, you know, whose purpose is to, like, fire whenever they see these, like, you know, spiky black and red quills and, like, hear that kind of, like, you know, silky Keanu Reeves-esque voice, right? They'll be able to walk into the situation room and, like, mumble the words, Shadow the Hedgehog, and then, like, you know, one by one, like, the neurons of everybody in that room are gonna fire, and you know, whatever they were thinking that they were working on, like, nope. Nope in the way that, you know, nope like a Balatro Wheel of Fortune, which you'll also all be aware of. Every single one of them will also be aware of that. Actually, this is kind of something that I'd like to know. It's like, what is the brand awareness of Shadow the Hedgehog? I am all of me. He loves Latinas, yeah. I mean, that's why, the Latin American Command is gonna have the most prestigious role in this new Shadow the Hedgehog, like, you know, U.S. defense establishment, right? They'll be a shadow of their former selves. Oh, got him. Take that. Thought experiment, you know, generals. Hello. I'm indulging in thought experiments about doing terribly advised things like yelling about yelling about Shadow the Hedgehog in the US Pentagon in about 40 years, and also purchasing the brand assets of the VTuber agency VShojo and becoming the CEO of VShojo. Look, I would make a much better CEO of VShojo than the other guy. Hands down, yeah. Mm-hmm. The craziest thing is I'm pretty sure I saw his, like, last public appearance as, like, a person in good standing. Because he was wandering around... I believe he was wandering around the Fantastic Reality concert, the one that Mouse was performing at, in LA. And I'm pretty sure... Unless he appeared at the one the following, like... There's one, like, on that same AX weekend. I mean, maybe at AX itself, but, like, yeah. It's like, I'm pretty sure... That may have been his very final, like, appearance, like, at a VTuber event. Like... In good standing, because, like, you know, it was not long after that event that everything happened. Oh, you know, I don't think we need to have, like, talents, right? Or, you know, if we have talents, we can just... I was thinking of, like, doing the thing where you just, like, you know, have a certificate that you can print off of the website, where it's like, you know, you become an official VShojo talent. And it doesn't do anything, but it's like, you know, you get to just become part of VShojo if you want. Because, you know, there are a lot of auditions and people got jerked around, so, like, here's their chance to actually become, you know... You can buy a commemorative VShojo membership for your friends as a gift. I don't know. And then the proceeds go to the talent, the original talent, I mean... And the, Iron Mouse Defense Fund. But, like, for real. Like, actually. I guess that's the idea, that that if I were to acquire the brand assets of VShojo, I would want it to be better about compensating the VShojo talent than VShojo was compensating the VShojo talent. Alright, night. Good night. I should check after this to poke around and see if I got any Discordian poking. Probably not, but, like, you know, there's always a possibility. Boop. 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 Boop.
Let's go, lesbians!
Ah! Oh, shit! Ah! Oh, God! Okay. Alright. Oh, and water. Ugh! You dread not paying someone what they're worth? Well, alright. They're not paying someone what they're worth. And then there's, like, not paying them, you know, what you said you would. And one of those is much worse. Like, the other one might be bad, but, like, I think much worse is, like, you know, not paying them at all, right? I think that would be a far worse, worse course of events. Alright. Man, 640 by 40 is a weird thing. What kind of team are you trying to assemble? Or, you know, is that too specific, or spoilers, or doxing, or whatever? If it is, well, I'm sorry I asked. What? Fairly, yeah. Oh, indeed. Ah, this feels so good. Also Zuma. Get blown up! Interesting. Well, we got rid of one of them. There you go. Alright, cool. We did it. Inkazuma. There are so many levels to this game, by the way. And most of them, like, repeat a bunch in terms of their actual, you know... God, this is so Subway Surfers coded. Just yap over Zuma. A couple of games. Would these be video games? Like tabletop games or board games? Video games, okay. I'm reminded, by the way, of, like, how... Toby Fox actually made some parts of Undertale, like, look shittier in order to, you know, when we're talking about, like, kind of large projects in video games, it's like, Toby Fox actually made a bunch of, like, art in the game look shittier because it looked too good compared to the other shitty art that he had done, right? Like he was like, well, I need to make sure that my, I have a universally shitty art style so that, like, you know, it doesn't, I don't have, like, a particular sprite, like, outshine, like, you know, the other rest of the crappy, like, game art. And so I'm just gonna make this, like, I'm gonna nix this, like, nice-looking papyrus, like, sideways sprite in order to, like... basically what I'm trying to say with this, in so many terms, is that, we have ways of making scope not creep, right? You can just make things, and you can make things, you know, with absolutely, like, you know, crappy, like, programmer art, and, you know, and then, I don't know why I'm bringing this up now. It's, I don't know how relevant it is, but, you know, it's, you wish you could just make things. Yeah, me too. How are you doing? My first death! Great. Incidentally, door is open, Nagi, if you want to hop on and yap. Otherwise, like, no biggie. but I'm of course extending the open door invitation to Yap. You need a high score to win? Okay, so basically the way it works is that you see that orange, like, that yellow bar at, like, the top right hand, or, like, the sort of, like, middle right, like, to the right hand of the score? So as you do stuff and get points, that bar fills up. And then once it fills, they say, zumach. And then, at that point, you stop getting new balls, and then you need to clear all the balls. And then you have no more balls. Which is, you know, what everybody's looking for anyway, right? Like, having no balls. Sometimes you knock the balls together, the balls explode, and then you have no balls. You're halfway to such a lofty goal? One ball? Are you the Uniball? You live in a horribly transient liminal state of being. You know the problem with, like, horribly transient liminal state of being? The horribly transient liminal state of being landlord doesn't actually lower the rent, enough to, like, make up for the lack of demand of the space, right? Like, there's kind of a housing crisis in liminality. So it's like, you'd think that, like, oh, well, like, nobody wants to live here. Like, of course, like, there's, you know, this is the cheap place to live, right? Like, there's no rent. But then it turns out the rent is high in the liminal space. In the horribly transient, liminal space. Awful. Why'd you still have to deal with it, you know? Yeah, the back room's got rent. Yeah, it's like, there's no escape. Yeah, what part of, like, the two things that are inevitable are death and taxes are, like, you know, what do you think? Like, do you think you'd be able to tax evade by just going to the back rooms? Like, you know, what part of inevitable did you not understand? In fact, the relatively complicated tax filing forms of the liminal space are actually, like, one of their primary features. You gotta fill everything out in triplicate, and you gotta fill out your triplicate and quadruplicate. I see what you have lived still. Is it possible to be the one of which the ancient prophecy speaks? It was sent in order perhaps to release me from my wicked capture person finally. But no, namely, this was the story of the exactly old wife. You want to live? Now retreat! Ribbit. Get temple entered. Eh? I like my temples entered. And my balls exploded. And my gaps bonused. Gap plus chain plus combo plus L plus ratio. So it turns out that ultimately at the end of this, the sort of like extreme chain bonus strategy probably ends up with like too many single balls to be a good strat. Such is the way of Zuma. See, I'm having too much fun with this. Welcome to the temple that explodes your balls! Yeah! The scenery's great here. We got some nice cute frogs. Hopcap. Exploding balls since at least 2003. Inkazuma. Ribbit. Get exploded, ball. Boom. Boom, headshot. Alright. How many of y'all are familiar with the web serial Pure Ponage? Or Pure Onage, whatever you pronounce it. From way back in the day. The sort of pre-YouTube, like, web show. With FPS Doug, who sits around and says, boom headshot, while playing Counter-Strike. This is the old internet video. I was there when the ancient texts were written. I literally there, because they actually filmed it, not... They filmed it not very far from where I went to school. And I actually knew people who ended up, you know, incidentally in the production of that. So it's like, ah. Wait a minute. That's this part of Toronto. God, people were so excited to be like a, you know, to find out that they had made it into like 3 frames of pure ponage. It's like, hey, did you see the latest episode? Look, I'm in the background of the scene. Holy shit! Like, they were celebrities. It was like a great work of Canadian, like, cinema history. This weird, random indie web series about, you know, gamers. I guess that would have been around Zuma time. I guess our equivalent of Zoomer slang didn't actually get picked up. I remember this one guy in my class who was like very, you know, he would have identified himself as a gamer. Capital G gamer, was trying to make buying a thing, like as a sort of bit of, you know, millennial, early proto-millennial brain rot slang, or EMPBS, yeah, okay, that's the acronym for it, right? Early millennial proto-brainot slang. But he was trying to be like, you know, you would go buying and then like you would sort of flick your wrist up and down, like, aggressively. And that would be basically like, you know, that, you know, the idea was to make this into like a, you know, the sort of like brain rot skibbity of the generation, right? I don't even know if it was conscious, but like, yeah. I mean, yeah, I mean, that's the thing, right? Like, millennials are tryhards compared to Zoomers, maybe? Maybe Zoomers are tryhards. I don't know. It's not entirely clear to me. I guess, like, maybe it's that millennials are entitled and lazy because, like, Zoomers, like, you know, are in such competition for absolutely everything that they have to, you know, actually, you know, work and or cheat using ChatGPT for everything, right? And then millennials are, you know, the last people who are able to actually get, you know, jobs and maybe even possibly some 1 or 2 houses, you know? Possibly, maybe. Hello, thank you for the follow Vaughn Explaino. Are you, I guess Vaughn is like if you're like some sort of European lord, right? Like that's the kind of thing for that. So are you do you have a duchy of explaining? You're surprised you're paying off a mortgage? Jump scare mortgage! Okay, but you are watching me on Twitch, right? So I just have one very important, consider this a request, although I'm not asking. You are heretofore instructed, that whenever you see the word homeowner, which is like what you are, right? That forever you must note that the word homeowner actually can be like broken up into different words than like what it's, you know, what our typical like perception of it suggests. So that you from now on, henceforth, shall read the word homeowner as ho meowner. Because it's got the word meow in it. So, yes. I consign you to this fate. The or of, yeah. You know, it's the least that you can do, given that you're paying off a mortgage and that many of your, you know, generational compatriots are not doing so. So, therefore, as penance, you must be cursed to see the word homeowner. Incidentally, the second level of the curse is that, you know, if you are so lucky as to live in a place that has a basement, you must note that the word basement is simply the word bat into which the word semen has been introduced. You spell the word basement by taking the word bat and putting semen inside of it. Look, I don't make up the rules. Auto-modded. See, I can say it, but like, I don't know if you can. Just write basement. Like, you know, you can just write the word basement. This is just the second level of the curse. Don't worry. If you get a unit that is small enough that it doesn't actually come with its own basement, then you will not be consigned to remember this, because you won't actually have a basement to, like, you know, go into and remember it. So it's like a... this is basically like a self-enforcing curse, where, you know, only those who are, you know, wealthy enough or situated in a place where they actually have a basement in their house, like, you know, are consigned to, I've been saying consigned a lot. Are cursed to... to have this fate inflicted upon them. That's the way of putting it. There you go. Okay. I'm close to the state of Zuma. There you go. Zuma. We doing what to bats? No, we're just making you know, rooms that are underneath all we're doing is we are making, like, you know, buildings that have you know, extensions of them beyond ground level, right? Like, that's all. That's the only thing we're doing. And if you get any funny ideas, it's not my fault. I did not create the English language. Look, don't shoot the messenger. Does messenger have any, like, weird, like, you know, funny, haha, funny terms in it? I'm not sure. This is the, by the way, this is the words on stream that, you know, they won't tell you about. You'd rather be cursive rod? Be careful what you wish for. A government official knowing about Rouge the Bat. Yep. Mm-hmm. Oh, you know, if we're just talking about any of government officials, there are plenty. I mean, frankly, I'm aware of at least one, personally. Look. Wasn't Ruzubat herself a government official? Wasn't she, like, basically working for the CIA, right? Like, isn't that canonically what she's doing? She's literally herself an example of spycraft, right? Like, in her canonical first appearance. Yeah. She's an intelligence agent. She's just a, you know, a very sexy, furry intelligence agent, okay? AKA, she's an intelligence agent. Like, who do you think actually, like, holds all the national secrets, right? Like, if you want to honeypot the foreign, like, kind of, you know, targets, right? Then, you know, since basically anybody with, like, national information worth securing, worth, like, you know, exfiltrating is a furry themselves, right? Because, you know, they're the people with all the ideas and, like, you know, they have all the, like, technology and all the patents and everything like that, right? Like, they know everything, right? Like, then, you know, who do you actually send to, like, exfiltrate, like, the secrets from the foreign adversary government furries? You have to send your own, like, sexy furry in order to, like, be the intelligence agent. That's the only valuable kind of intelligence agent that you have, right? Is a sexy furry. So, who do you think works for the intelligence agencies anyway, right? It's gotta be sexy furries. So, like, you know, Rouge the Bat is just realistic. I don't know what to tell you. Yeah. Look, sometimes you gotta just do ops to not blow your cover, okay? Better that they, you know, burn one of their own assets than that they end up, like, you know, destroying the world. Can't make an omelet without cracking a few eggs. I mean, Prison Island had a lot of stuff on it that they would have wanted to burn, right? And, you know, how do you want to burn it? With plausible deniability by sending your own furry, right? Like, you know, you kill two birds with one stone. And by birds, I mean people in, like, bird costumes, right? You both establish, like, the credibility of your own furry infiltrator with the, you know, opposing team of furries and Eggman. And then you also, you know, get to wipe an asset off the board that you don't want to embarrass you with, like, all the weird, random, secret, like, you know, Project Arcs or whatever that you were running on it, right? It's like, it's a perfect, genius plan, right? It's just common sense. Anyway, if you're hiring, if you're hiring and you yourself, like, are the, you know, the director of national intelligence for, like, some major nation, like, hire me. I've got some good ideas. Indeed. Indeed, that's exactly what I was talking about, yeah. You want to bury your dirty laundry. You want to bury your weird, like, you know, moon-destroying space laser. You can't actually argue about it because it's true. I'm actually really curious, like, how much classified, like, military intelligence gets, like, exchanged at Anthrocon. Like, how many people use Anthrocon for their dead drop? Maybe it's too risky. Gerald Robotnik? Okay, but that would go hard, though. Toss a coin to your Eggman. Toss a coin to your Eggman. Boop. This frog needs a serious gastric investigation. You don't want a furry cons to add to the hypothetical, and by hypothetical I mean actual real events, yes. The actual real events that actually occurred. Clearly, because, like, there's no plausible explanation otherwise, right? Who Killed Roger Rabbit was a documentary. You know, of course the extension of this, if you have to think about it, right, is that, like, if furries are, like, the bulk of the entire world's, like, actual, like, intelligence agents, right, then clearly that means that VTubers are the tip of the spear for, like, the worldwide cybersecurity efforts, right? Cyber warfare is, like, very important, and so, you know, you just need a furry that can extend themselves into the digital world, right? Do battle on the, instead of the actual, like, fields of, you know, real life, kind of, like, you know, pawns or whatever, you know? We have to go at it with the, enemy spies in VR chat. It's, you know, clearly why was it? There was a study, I think, of VR chat that said that, like, 50% of people, 50% of the people who, use VR chat use, like, some sort of Kemono Mimi in their avatars, and, you know, of course that's just because they're all agents. So I was getting to thinking the other day, and I was having a conversation where I was like, I was thinking about this, like, I don't really like fiction. Like, generally my experience of fiction, like, is, like, I look at a work of fiction, and I think, you know, oh, well, this work of fiction exists existing corresponds to the real fact that somebody decided to write this work of fiction. And sometimes that in and of itself is interesting, and that'll, like, get me to, like, watch or read or engage with a work of fiction, or if it, like, creates an interesting community. But this is kind of, like, why I'm into VTubers, because, like, VTubers are, like, the most fantastical piece of nonfiction content that there is out there, right? Like, it's like, you know, it's not often that you get nonfiction anime, except that VTubers are basically nonfiction anime. And I like anime. Anime is a cool aesthetic, right? But I was thinking about this, and it was like, okay, well, every single time that I've, like, had an idea for, like, a story or some sort of, like, fictional world, almost invariably, like, the setting for that has been the one where I can actually, like, extrapolate out the technology in this, like... I can extrapolate out, like, current technology to the point where it's like, oh, like, whatever this world is, it sounds like whatever the premise is fantastical, except if you look very carefully at the way that, like, you know, scientific progress is, like, you know, parceling out, or if you look at how, like, you know, various different, like, you know, social, like, kind of phenomena work, right? Like, the kind of speculative fiction, the kind of fiction that I like to, you know, engage in is all stuff that is, like, always, like, this side of plausible. So I don't know, the idea of, like, all the intelligence agencies, like, ending up relying on furries because of, like, the known furry, like, kind of tendency to have, well, actionable intelligence. You know, it's entirely possible that, like, you know, they would recruit for, you know, in the same way that the Navy, the US Navy openly recruits at TwitchCon, right? I mean, it would just make perfect sense for, like, an intelligent agency to recruit at a furrycon. Maybe I'm beating this point to death. I don't know. I probably am. What are we here for, if not, you know, being actually far too unhinged? Whee! Yes, we indeed. Join the Navy. Oh. One benefit of streaming again, incidentally, is that there are actually a lot of video games now. I looked away for 5 seconds, and then suddenly 10 million video games came out that are sort of potentially really defining, and, like, people are making, like, good art still, right? Like, you know, there is stuff happening, right? Like, the indie renaissance is not ended, right? Like, you know, we are capable of making things, right? Let's see. Oh, there you go. I feel... Okay, there we go. Backwards ball! Return! Return to Frog. We must return to Frog. Fire. Fire. Fire! Fire! It takes place in a lawless, like, yeah. Instantly, this is why, like, all of this sort of stuff that I, like, think of or come up with, right? Like, it basically doesn't tend to involve aliens and space travel, right? Like, Just because, like, space is actually way too vast, right? It might be easier to sort of, like, think of, like, what my stories don't really include. And it's like, aliens have... I know. They don't attract a lot of interest for me. Because it's like... Okay, but space is too big. It's too vast. It's too confusing. You spend a ton of energy and a ton of time, you know, trying to get to a place that is, like, less interesting than, like, all the... Like, it turns out that the sentient beings that exist on the planet that you're on, right, like, are actually way more interesting than, like, the stuff that exists out there. Right? Yeah, no, like, I think the oversaturation of aliens in fiction is, like, not terribly interesting to me. Because, like, what do you do? Like, it's just, they're just people, like, fictional aliens are mostly just, like, people but weird, right? Like, and then if you want to do people but weird, there's plenty of weird people to, like, do people but weird on. So just do people but weird with the actual people, and then, like, you know, people can speculate on the... Like... You can speculate on the setting, like, much more effectively then, and, like, you could actually see it happening, right? Like, the other day, right, I went searching to... I think it was, like, 2014 or something like that, there's, like, a episode of, like, the second... I believe it was the second season of Black Mirror, it might have been late in the first season of Black Mirror, in which a VTuber becomes Prime Minister of, the UK after, like, running for local office. And ends up instituting this, like, dystopia. Like, this is just, like, in the last scene or whatever, right? But, I noticed a lot of people, you know, at the time, you know, basically said, oh, this stupid episode is so fucking unrealistic. And they basically knocked it for saying, like, you know, oh yeah, a politician... You know, a cartoon character could not run for office and, like, you know, get taken seriously at all, right? This is just not a thing, right? Like, this is absurd. Like, nobody would actually allow, like, a, you know, a cartoon character to run for office. And it's like, nowadays it's like, oh, well, somebody basically ran as a, you know, we have now so many people who have run as effectively cartoon characters, you know, if not literal cartoon characters. I mean, this is more a point about the behavior of the character, than, like, literally being a cartoon character. They were just saying, like, somebody with that kind of decorum would never get elected. And it's like, oh, boy, would you get proved wrong. And then, yeah, actually, like, you know, what I did not see people gloating about in the comments afterward of, like, clips of this episode, the Waldo moment, the Waldo is the name of the VTuber, was being like, okay, well, not only did this show predict the political environment, it also predicted VTubers. Which, you know, of course I'm biased here, but that would have been cool to see literally anybody refer to the VTuber elected as a VTuber, because, you know, that's what they are. Sorry, I'm biased. I have a pro VTuber bias. Oh yeah, yeah. I'm trying to think of Bojo. I don't think Bojo had been elected yet. Like, Boris existed, I think, and was sort of hanging around, but, like, it seemed, like, completely unconscionable that he would get elected, right? Like, he seemed completely incapable of, like, he was just a joke. He was a joke candidate. And of course, it's Black Mirror and it's set in the UK, like, so this is, like, But it was like, yeah, no, he's not gonna... Guy's not gonna get, like, elected, right? Like, it's just not gonna happen. Right? People like that don't get elected. Like, the people who get elected are from, like, the staid, older political class, right? And they comport themselves in a certain, you know, prime ministerial way, right? Like, otherwise nobody votes for them, right? What VTuber would I vote for? I think I would vote for a lot of them. I know. I wonder which VTubers would be... In the Canadian election or in the American election, right? Oh! Doki Bird actually said that some... She did not name whom, but, like, some political party in the Canadian election had, like, actually contacted her to try to get her to endorse them in the upcoming election at the time. And she said this on stream. She did not name which party it was, but she said, like, oh, guys, I got approached by a Canadian political party to, like, get me to endorse them for the election. And it's like, honestly, I respect the hustle of, like, whoever that staffer was that decided that, like, oh, you know, how do we connect with, like, the next generation of people? Like, well, let's, you know, Doki Bird. You know, I respect it. I think, honestly, like, it made sense. You're here. Greetings. Welcome. The wild thing is I feel like I've actually been here for a little while, and, I believe it's only been 2 hours, 40 minutes of stream. Well, the yap goes fast, especially when I'm yapping at this rate. Incidentally, later on in this game is a massive difficulty spike. This shit gets fast later. These 9 lives that I have right now, they will be used. There we go. We zoomed. Shrem is zooming. We're zooming. We're zooming all over the place. Oh, wow. I was told that I may start my stream, and then all of a sudden I basically feel like I almost stopped it. Wow. Okay, cool. Other things to talk about. Arcane was very fun. We kind of started watching Arcane in the community night. It is nice that I'm finally watching a League of Legends property. I guess League of Legends also... See, this is the thing, right? Actually, VTubers are everywhere, right? You know, one of the most well-known VTubers, you know, developed some of League of Legends, right? Developed, like, what, 4 of the original champions, and may, you know, the rumor is that, you know, she may be the voice actress for, like, you know, one of the iconic early champions, right? Like, one of them is, like, the voice actress for, like, the up-and-coming, accredited and acclaimed internet web series, Amazing Digital Circus. And then, of course, you know, Sigurd is personally responsible for everybody knowing that Skibidi Toilet exists. So, you know, we are all... VTubers are, of course, at the forefront of web culture. Of the new culture. We are everywhere. We are lurking where you least expect it. Yeah. I did like the VTuber anime. I think it was weirdly good at like capturing a lot of the, you know, the stuff. Actually, if you want a really, really good piece of VTuber media, there is a South China Morning Post, like thing on VTubers that's 14 minutes long, and you can tell that like whoever scripted or wrote this like has been like deep into like into VTubing culture for years, right? Like, you know, whoever wrote this is doing journalism from the perspective of somebody who like knows their shit absolutely 100% fully, like who like is actually like legitimately like an expert in the medium. And like knows exactly what the, like, not only knows like the important issues at hand, but like knows exactly which B-roll to use for every like shot, right? Like ended up like talking about like the contentious issues that happen when like somebody like at a VTuber company like leaves that company and like gets into like, you know, the labor issues within within the industry, and then like interviews Doki Bird. Macross Plus. Tell me more. I am very curious. I'm actually relatively under knowledged on the mecha. I would like to know more of the mecha. Oh hey, it's Christmas. Guys, look, it's Christmas. All other colors are banned, it's only Christmas now. I'm a backwards Grinch. It just became Canada for like two seconds there. Toa-sama was in a Demon Lord anime? Yes. Yeah, there's some VTubers who have like gotten like voice acting roles. Like, as their VTubers. Rather than like the Amazing Digital Circus thing where it's like... I mean, I guess there's also the fact that like... I don't know, I feel like Deltarune is actually pretty VTuber. You know, Susie would make a good VTuber model. Oh, when a VTuber is sold is... Oh, wait. Oh, is it like about a sort of Neurosama character? Like a streamer, like an AI streamer? Or like a VTuber? Because, you know, VTubers may be dumb, but, like, you know, we're not, generally do not need to build sentience. Some may be dumb. I don't know. I do wonder about that, right? There is an archetype. There is, like, something that some people lean into in the space where it's, like, you know, they kind of do the fail girl thing where they're like, you know, oh, I don't know how to do basic, I don't know how to tie my shoes. Help me, chat. I don't know basic, like, you know, tasks. Help. Oh, look, you know, I put spoons all over the... I put spoons all over the floor and now I've tripped on them and everything is a mess. Oh no. The human versus their persona schism, yeah. Where they like disassociate hard. Actually, it is very fun, right? Like, I don't think that you can really do this without like dissociating like at least a little bit, right? There's like a weird mirror neuron thing where it's like, okay, well, you know, you see like this character mapping as you, but, you know, not precisely. Like, you know, you are and aren't, like, you know, your VTuber self and your other flesh self, and yeah, I think like there's some manner of like dissociation is inevitable, and like experiencing that, like, it is. I think everybody should do VTuber once, I think, basically, right? Like, everybody should, like, take, like, a nice, like, hit of VTuber and, like, experience the psychedelic experience of VTuber. Like, you know, do it at least once before you die. It's legal. It's legal in 49 states, right? You know, you too can experience psychedelic, well, yeah, Yoko Kanno is, like, is incredibly excellent. Man. I've been enjoying a new, extremely specific genre of video recently, which is, like, bald, band director dudes that look like J.K. Simmons discovering Tank and reacting to it. Like these kind of older, you know, bald band dudes, you know, brass teachers at, like, high schools, and like, you know, the sort of guys who just, like, kind of, you know, tap their fingers up and down and, like, kind of have muted but clearly very excited reactions to, like, experiencing, like, cool new forms of jazz. Oh, I have died. Hello. Anyway, it's very exciting, right? Just seeing the kind of, like, evolution, like, once you see some of these, like, you know, music reaction videos, especially when you, like, look at several different people's reaction to the same specific song, like, you get to, like, see the stages of it, like, as they, like, discover and notice the various different, like, you know, twists that that whatever the piece of music is, like, puts you through that is, like, not the standard, like, you know, experience that they're used to. And it's very fun. Okay. This is a difficulty spike? It's getting there. I would say that this is definitely the beginning of the difficulty spike. I don't know if it's quite there yet, but this is, it's getting harder. This is when your older, you know... This is when your original strats, like, stop really working in the same way, you know? So you gotta think smarter, not harder. You gotta think with your balls. Shit. The English Chef had Bryan Cranston. Am I... Well... oh god, oh god. No, that was not what I wanted. Ah! My attempt to, you know, check to see whether anything was happening outside in the world has been thwarted. Has been thwarted by dastardly motions. Anyway, I wasn't saying, like, become a VTuber as, like, a weird midlife crisis thing. I was, saying become a VTuber as an act of hallucinogenic disassociation, right? Like, the idea is to do it so that you can experience the act of, like, being something that, you know, having something that is not you move as if you, and behave as if you, and then realize that the sort of barrier between your sense of self and non-self is not as quite as clear as you might have thought it would have been. That's why. Okay, hold on. Here we go. There we go. That's a different motivation, right? That doesn't require a very high... Like, that doesn't require sustained dosage. I think it's enough to, like, try it a little bit, right? I mean, hell, it's, like, a great party trick to, like, take people... Like, just as a party trick, if you guys have ever tried getting VTube Studio on your phone, getting some sort of, like, relatively basic model, and then, like, if you want to, like, kind of, you know, have people at parties, like, kind of look at the thing on your phone, and then it tracks them, and they're like, oh, you tell them, oh, this is you, and then they wave their hands around, and then you have to sheepishly explain to them that, arm tracking is not available in the iPhone model. But until they do that, then the nature of the illusion is complete, right? So, you know. Basically, don't go to any parties with, like, you know... Don't go to, like, you know, big Italian weddings, right? Because then, you know, the people are gonna... If they're talking with their hands, then they're not gonna get the, They're not gonna get the appeal, because they'll be like, oh yeah, no, this doesn't work. This sucks. Anyone else, though? You can kind of really blow their minds. Oh man, I'm dying. Does this game have lore? Yes. It is weird, and it is told to you by the weird Zuma guy. I don't know. Basically, you're going into these temples, and the guy is asking whether he'll be freed by you from his captor, whatever that is. And he's talking in very weird, you know... Bizarre Jar Jar Binks English, basically. That's the plot. And there's a cutscene every, like, 3 stages. With, like, 1 line of dialogue, and then you say ribbit. Plot summarized. Yeah, you're frog, you shoot ball, and man talk at you. And by man, I mean, like, you know... strange statue thing. Ah! I've been cursed by my sin of hubris! The first sin of hubris was deciding that I could play the game at all. Whee! Oh. Whee! Alright, let's do this carefully. Let's try hard to get my, ducks in a row. Alright. Slow down, you fools! I don't have a lot of chains to get stuff back from the brink. Oh, well, I have a backwards ball at least. I don't think... Yeah, that bomb is going away. Alright, pulling that back from the brink? Oh no. Come on. Come on! You can't do this to me! You can't do this to me! I'm walking in. It's intensity mode. I'm just staring directly at the screen, applying it directly to forehead. Let's go. Let's go! You shall all perish! Shit. Okay, that was very close. Huh! Huh! Okay. Ah, fuck this map. This map sucks! This map cursed all my ancestors, and, you know, now I am paying the price. Very unfair. Cursing of ancestors is like, you know, it violates a principle of, you know, violates Geneva Conventions, which didn't exist when the ancestors were cursed, but, you know, never mind that. Actually, cursing the ancestors is not a problem, but cursing them in such a way that it curses their descendants is sort of a problem. Is this, like, 2-decade-old game, like, slowing down due to processing issues? Is this, like, literally, like... Oh, no. I feel like it's... What? I'm very confused. This does not seem to make a lot of logical sense.
Let's go.
Okay, I'll stretch, but like, ugh. But how am I supposed to explode balls if I'm drinking water? Speaking of which, I know I do have fluids. Man, the amount that you need to lock the fuck in at this point is like so absurdly high. God damn it. I did not see the... Ah! I am ruined. The amount of violence I've done to my board state is actually unconscionable. Oh. I'm a fool. My hubris! My greed! Yep. No. Billions of dollars in terms of worker productivity. Yeah, I guess the thing that I would say to PopCap is that they've been, like, incredibly bad at, like, you know, capturing the economic value that they've, like, extracted from the economy, right? Like, you know, Like, just think about how little money they've gotten out of the incredible, like, billions of dollars that they've extracted from the global economy, right? It's like, they yeah, what they should have done is they should have pulled an OpenAI and, like, figured out how to convince the companies that employed the workers that their brain rot machine would make the employees more productive somehow, right? Just pull the AI strat, right? It's like, nah, this will totally improve productivity. We promise. This, like, you know, this clearly, you know, playing Zuma will improve productivity by, you know, fostering, you know, spatial reasoning. That's how you gotta do it, right? Edutainment edition. Pretty convincing. Isn't Bejeweled pay to win? Yeah, I mean, they got stuff from the gacha developers, but I feel like they're a little bit late to market on, like, kind of, like, going full hog on that, right? Like, compared to the historical addictiveness of, like, their games, and, like, the absolute goldmine that they were sitting on, they were kind of late to the game on, like, the most, like, kind of degenerate ways of, like, monetizing them, right? Like, I had to pay a flat fee for this, right? I was able to buy this flat fee. Well, they're owned by EA. Isn't EA being purchased by, like, Oracle or something like that? Oh, man. Really, you know... They're really just forming monolithic evil megacorp, right? Like, you know, just... You know, actually... As long as Oracle is buying up, you know, EA and, you know, all these other ones, and who knows if they're gonna, like, buy, like, Wizards or, you know... As long as they're all, like, turning into one giant conglomerate, you know what I should do? I should get a finder's fee. I should pitch them in purchasing, like, the sort of, like, bankrupt corporate asset of VShojo. And then, you know, just pocket a mergers and acquisitions, like, finder's fee, right? It's perfect. Like, it's AI forward, right? Like, I mean, this is the future of new digital media, right? Like, see, this is the thing. Like, Gunrun wasn't thinking, like, hard enough about, like, you know, you want to have an acquirer, you want to merge with somebody, like, just all you need to do is merge with the most evil company that you can possibly imagine, right? EA owns nothing, yeah. They'll bolster your vibes, yeah. Look, everything is vibes now. There's no economy, only vibes. If your vibes are off, you know, you're done. You're not going to be competitive in a global economy. Boom! There you go. I love the boom. Light has been banished from this land, the color. Oh, slow down. And green, boom! Oh, SKK was always really popular. That is actually very funny. Oh yeah, we're in ads, excuse me. I'm gonna vibe and chill while we wait for the ad stand. Okay, we're back. Okay. Monster. Oh, my throat is so sore. Ah! That's the other one thing that I could do. That could be possible one day in the future. The karaoke could finally happen. The oft-fabled, you know, rarely seen karaoke. Well, I mentioned the karaoke, and then just like that, the Zuma happened. I got Zuma. Glorious Zuma. Oh. Hey yo. No shit. Oh. Okay. Okay. Lock in. Lock in and do not die. If this frog dies, I will be quite cross. I think that bomb was actually bad for me. Words that have never been said. Brand new sentence. I think that bomb may have been detrimental to my health. Alright! The complexity of Zuma is unknown. I see. Okay, God, she can sing. Can I sing? I don't know if I can sing, but, you know, I'll find out if I can sing. It'd be nice for me to learn the lyrics of anything first, right? But, you know, I guess it's not... It's not necessary. Boom! Oh, so nice. Just doing, like, incredible amounts of violence against these balls is just, like, very, very satisfying. Boom. 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 Whew. Go back! Return! Return to whence you came! Explode in iniquity! Ugh! Huh! Oh. We did it. We stage 9'd. Here, this is the plot. Get your very rare dose of plot. As for me, it is not possible to believe your power, namely that is large. But there is one more temple which you do not find, that the Zuma deeply buried under the land. It was hidden. It is the Temple of Secret. You, the final temple, must fight in order to take the cover position of my jail. Ribbit. Boom! Temple out of nowhere. Bet you didn't see that coming. I mean, maybe you did. That's actually funny that I, like, kind of destroyed a color like that. Like, as long as there's none of it on the screen, right? Like, you can't actually draw it, but... I guess they can continue giving it to you until you get a full Zuma. But for whatever reason, you managed to, like, wipe out every last ball of one of the colors from the screen. Then you stop being able to, like, get... Like, that color disappears from your inventory at once. Which happened there for a moment, even though I had not actually zoomed. This is where... This is where you graduate, by the way, from a Zoomaniac into a Zoomaster. I am just making up these words, but, like, you know, certainly if the era had been very, very, very slightly different, that would have been the names for, like, the different levels of accomplishment in Zuma, so, you know. I'm just being period accurate. Look. You should demand period accuracy from your video game streamers. No anachronisms. None of this anachronistic screaming. Anachronistic screaming? What is anachronistic screaming? What did screaming used to be like? Would they be like, ah! You know, is that anachronistic? Like, is it... Okay, there's gotta be somebody who has dedicated their entire academic career to, like, cataloging the various different types of screeches and screams. And so they probably have a thesis on, like, how screaming has, like, changed over time. And, like, whether there are some screams that you just would not have heard and would have been anachronistic in a certain time period. And it's, like, how the dialect around, like, you know, various types of, like, screaming changes. I'm sure this has been somebody's PhD thesis. Panic and yelps? Yeah. Mm-hmm. Seems about right. Boom! 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 Boom. Boop. 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 You know, that was actually a pretty good one. Can we... Oh, that's funny. I didn't realize that the red balls would be removed from play before the white balls were. I always thought it would be the other way around. Candy Crush? I mean, it depends, like, what the actual, like, solve, like, you know... I don't know what exactly they're computing with a, you know... with a game where you don't have the information about the stuff coming in, but, like, you know... I assume there's some criteria that they're using. Hey! Coin bonus. Famous last words, but I think we're actually doing pretty well on this one. I think this is actually like a pretty okay one. I will request in the interests of like feeling up to, you know, anyone in chat being able to sort of like really get it right now, and my own personal, like, kind of thing about, you know, I do not believe that in the context of playing Zuma, I can engage in this in a way that would, like, keep chat entertaining. or keep stream entertaining, but I think like the Discord, the relevant Discords, you know, what might actually be reasonable for this. But like, yeah. Yes. Yeah. Hello. You'll bring it to in stream or in Discord? Yeah, I'm just gonna get stream sniped, and then every time there'll be one discussion of computational complexity every stream. And to be fair, I've also gone into this on stream, but you know. Usually not while playing, like, one of these kind of weird lock-in games, right? Like, you know, where you just lock in. Ah! Wait, no, it didn't go backwards fast enough. I wanted the coin, damn it. Give me my money! The coin in this game is clearly a metaphor. Like most metaphors, it's a metaphor for defunct VTuber agency V Shoujo. Because you never get your money. Well, very occasionally you'll get your money, but only if you know, hurled your balls at extremely high, like, velocity at it, right? That's the only way you're able to grab your money in this setting, which is why it's a, you know, this is clearly a Bishoujo metaphor. Alright, Zuma! Hello, Baka! Greetings, Raiders. Hello, it is I, Kari, of the Playing Zuma. I am the shrimp of mantis proclivities. You're gonna lay down. Good night. I swear Zuma is still going on in the background. Well, hello. Yeah, you only get money if you launch your balls very, okay, thank you for the water. Greetings. I am a mantis shrimp VTuber. I'm playing Zuma. I am launching balls at high speed, you know, or low speed as the case may be. I guess it's all the same speed. I'm launching balls, and we're trying to cause violence to other balls via, you know, making the balls touch. And yeah, that's this game. That's Zuma. Zuma 2003 video game. Welcome. Welcome to game. Thank you for the hydrate. Hope Strem was good. I believe, can somebody who is not, currently laying down, inform me about what was being streamed? For, congratulatory and/or, like, you know, teasing and/or rizzing purposes, I guess? I don't know. Okay, why is it that you ask? What is the purpose of the questions? Like, what were you streaming? And be like, oh man, you have such incredibly sexy game choices. That's why people do it, right? Seems about right. You are also supine. Ah. Well, everyone is supine here. Hello, pig. Welcome. Welcome, pig of the superlative size. I am a superlative amount of in trouble in Zuma. Oh no, I messed up there. Well, It was good knowing you. 07? I think 07. Maybe not 07. I don't know. Maybe that backwards ball was enough. Mayhap. You know, if I managed to complete this one, I certainly didn't deserve it. Oh god. Oh god. Oh no. Yes! 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 Go backwards! Go back! Go back! Darkness will envelop you! Go back! You're taking too long! You're taking too long! You're taking too. Wrong game. Yeah, I don't need to... You just blow things up. You can just blow things up. You can just do things. Also, you can just blow things up. There we go! 07. Look. I didn't need those 07s. I'm returning the 07 to the 07s. I am returning promptly the 07s to the 07 store. Because it turns out that I didn't need these 07s in the first place. I just, you know, it's fine. There's no 07s necessary in this world beyond their need. Whomst among you needs an 07? Not me. Not this shrimp. Thank you for the follow, ZVT. Whoa. Okay, so part of the issue with like streaming at this like time of day too is like you need to make sure that your filter like actually, I mean, you don't want a lot of a filter, but you do want like a very small amount of filter, and so like, you know. Actually, I'm trying to think about how much filter I want. We'll leave that unsaid. It's not bad, but like, you know. I'm trying to think about something. Yeah, okay. Okay. We will banish the purples. Filtered. I do appreciate the extremely mimetic kind of like use of the word filtered. Honestly, people should probably... It's a good sign... Or it's a good thing to adopt for people, you know? I feel like more people should try this strat of, like, you know... Instead of actually saying, you know, some manner of, like, you know... epithet. Instead, you can simply imply everything, and, you know, imagine if somebody, like, you know, was angry at you and said, euphemism. Just leave it to the imagination. Euphemism. Generic insult. Unchecked item in baggage area. Retort. Opinion withheld. Redacted. Although I guess people did actually call each other redacted fairly recently, so... Haha, witty response. I guess if we're saying filtered, if we're allowed to say filtered, then we should be able to just do that for all the other kinds of conversation, right? Like, I should be the wittiest streamer, just by, like, sitting here and saying, Zatsudan! Zatsudan, Zatsudan, Zatsudan. Zatsudan, Zatsudan, Zatsudan. Zatsudan, 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 Zatsudan. Zatsudan, 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 Zatsudan. Zatsudan, Zatsudan, Zatsudan. Zatsudan, 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 Zatsudan. Banter. Banter, 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 banter. Witticism. Self-deprecatory observation. Tepid observation about common minor annoyance. Complaint about disliked outgroup. Darmok and Gelida Tanagra? Is this something that extras say when they're in movies? To give the appearance of saying things that are meaningful? Because there are, like, kind of things that extras mumble for, you know, to be talking. Is that Darmok and Gelida Tanagra? You know, say what you will with this game, I think the sound design is actually quite on point. The clacking is very satisfying, and the weird, like, kind of, you know, synthetic explosion noises, like, you know, really do make you feel like you're making some manner of accomplishment, right? And the sort of, like, you know, reverse effect on the backwards ball, like, is evocative of what it's actually doing, right? Like, they literally create the Foley in this game to, like, reflect the sound effects. To reflect the game effects, right? Oh, they have to learn how to communicate with an air lyricist that speaks exactly in references. Oh, God. I saw... Okay. Speaking of references. Oh, I saw a meme on explain the joke, I think, and I did not need explaining of this joke, but basically the joke had Captain Picard playing it had Captain Picard playing Wheel of Fortune, and the basically the way it was arranged was as like there are, you know, F blank 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 lights, and there's some letters missing, but in particular, like the E's were present, and or like I think Picard was buying an E, and then like he's like. Or no, it was an R. It's an R? Yeah. He got an R, and then they didn't actually light up the one in... It was just F blank blank blank. And so he said, oh, I think you're missing one. And then the host, who is the Cardassian who tortures him in that episode, says, no, you're not. It was really satisfying if you know the reference, right? Like, it was a really, really good reference. It was like a classic, like, completely incomprehensible joke unless you know what it's, like, talking about, in which case it's, like, actually really, really well done and funny. So. Speaking of which, the joke is that, like, you know, it's Picard is being tortured. I'm explaining the joke. Pray I do not explain it further. Yes. Picard is being tortured, into, you know, being gaslit into saying that there's, like, 5 lights in the room that he's being tortured in, and, the, you know, Cardassian is trying to get him to say that there are 5 lights. And then the exact, like, kind of... I mean, the Wheel of Fortune one works because, like, the puzzle can resolve to either 5 or 4, but, like, if it's 4, right, which she thinks it is, right, then there should be an R at the end, and because it's 5, it's just F blank blank blank, right? So, I thought it was very, very clever. Bravo. I think we stream Zuma until, you know, I lose or win. We're going to the end. The question is, like, you know, do I lose or do I win now? Boom! Okay, there you go. There you go. Okay. 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 Whoa. death. Alright, have a good one. I have a weird difficulty curve, and it is like, it feels like at this point in the game, it is like nearly vertical. Like, it doesn't look appreciably harder, but like, you know, you make it like 10% faster, and then it's like, oh, well, this game has gone from like, sort of... The funny thing is that I think like if you end up training to be some sort of like really like skilled Zuma master, then you can probably still win like a lot of these games, right? Because they both are and aren't hard, right? It's kind of, it's a weird thing. Ah, shit. Thanks for the water. What? Okay. This was all planned. This is planned all along. This is a dastardly plot to take my empty water and then like, you know, redeem the redeem and then like give me water. The difficulty cliff. Sometimes with these games, you just deal with incredibly hard balls. Just... the balls, they get everywhere, they... you know... and then they explode all over you, right? And you can't do anything. The ball shouldn't have been the hard part. Well, yeah, you know. Look, all I'm saying is if you play Zuma for more than... if you end up playing Zuma for more than 8 hours, you should consult a physician. Do you talk to your doctor about balls? Talk to your doctor about balls. You gotta be up in 4 hours. Well, good night. Boom. Oh. 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 Whoa. What? Damn it, I had the purple... I had a yellow one right after. The fact that I... glass. No, the red one was right there! Oh, wow. Well, that's nice. Boom! Those are some really fast balls, I have to say, you know. That's some rapid ball motion. Those balls were in a hurry. I should be relatively close to our destination, right? Let's go. Okay, Zuma. Cool. Zuma. Okay. Yep, alright, cool, pull. Heave ho! Boom! Okay, there. That was a lot of we got all of your exploding balls. So why is the frog trying to stop the balls from getting to the hole? Well, because death. It's a skull. If the balls go in the hole, then you die. And if you die as a frog, you die in real life. Ah! I'm dead! Now how you do? That is a universal signal of serpentine distress. You live in unspecified distress. I hope you're, well, we should discuss this distress at some point. What's a personal record and what's a world record for speedrunning this game? I've only ever beaten this game once. Speedrun world record? I don't know exactly. Oh god, okay. Alright, oof. Oofers! This does seem like the sort of game that would be extensively spedrun? Spedrun? Okay, what's the speedran? Speedran? Spedrun. Speedran. 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 I believe it's speedran. Not got any leaderboard with these skills? Nope. I do not claim to be good at video games. This was never the selling point. My selling point was always that I was cringe but free. I did get on the leaderboards of Minesweeper. I did play Minesweeper on, like, something close to the very original hardware. Like, on a 286 at the sort of, at the MagFest, like, you know, ancient computers museum, effectively, right? Like, I played Minesweeper on that, and I hit the leaderboard for all of them, right? So if you look at the, if you opened up Minesweeper at MagFest, and you looked into the high scores, you would have seen a certain shrimp's username, filling all 3 spots. It was kind of my I was here, but of MagFest, right? Because, you know, what are you gonna do? It shrimps all the way down, yeah. I swept the sweeps. I'm a mine sweeper. I'm a sweeper. A meta sweeper, if you will. I don't just sweep, but I sweep the sweeping. Oh. 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 Shit. Shit! Okay, alright. Okay, alright. Oh god. God damn it. Damn it! Okay. There we go. There we go. I guess the benefit of this map is that you basically always have a, you basically always have a way to discard unwanted balls up the top chute. There we go. Alright. That was a lot of gaps. Not enough gaps to win, but you know, close-ish. There we go. There's another gap. There we go. There. We have Zuma'd. Very Vici Zuma. The accuracy ball. Truly the most useless. Alas, only reticule. A reticule that you already have! Yes! Yes! I haven't got past the ace time. I have 3 frogs. Well, I have 99 balls, but money isn't one of them. There we go, okay. Oops. Oh no. Oh no! Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no! Help! They're bifurcating! Alright. Enough of that nonsense. Ah! Oh god. I moved too fast! Wily! There we go. Alright. Go back! You're taking too long! You sure you're not taking long enough? You'll be spooked in the dark! Okay. Okay. just firing it every which way. Let's go. Ha! 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 Boom! Ha! 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 Oh, this is truly unhinged, like, you know, ball hurling hour. Welcome to the Zumaing hour. Don't get between a shrimp and her Zuma. Ugh. We are the unhinged Zoomers. I knew I could regain my youth and become a Zoomer one day. I just needed to do this. Now I'm Gen Z. Gen Zuma. I am balls. Is balls to the... I mean, there are no walls. Because no walls can hold these balls. just explosions. My ball comments shall be punctuated by the finest explosions. Inkazuma. I agree. Now I'm out of potential. There you go. Oh no. Okay, never mind. Boom! The booms are legitimately very exciting. I mean... Look. If you have a game about ball touching, and you want to make it better, just add explosions. Boom! Like that. Ah, shit. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. Boom! Okay, alright. Okay. Okay, I think we're in good shape. Huh! That skull is not gonna have balls in its mouth today! I hope it's not disappointed. Look. Okay, I hope you're proud of me. I went, checks notes 4 hours, like, before really, like, kind of going just completely all in on the innuendo. right? Like, this game, like, I did not need to be like that, right? Like, I could have been much more, you know... Well, I feel like any way of describing how I could have gone instead, would itself be just absolutely ripe for the innuendo that I'm, like, referencing, so, you know. Well, I can save it. No. DM. Hold on. There's a DM. Oh, okay. That was a meme. Okay. Okay. I've been DM'd with memes. What innuendo? Honestly, I think it was just gonna be something very, like, tame, like saying, you know, I did not go balls to the wall with the, innuendo, which is, you know, was, in addition to being extremely tame, was already said in chat, and so isn't even a Kari original, so, you know, honestly, I should be ashamed, right? Like, you know, I know better than that. I can do better than that, right? Like, I don't need to regurgitate, like, chat's witticisms, like, in order to be, like, funny. It's just, yeah. It's not necessary. Oh, okay. There we go. There we go. Okay. 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 It's the low-hanging... Yeah, see, you... Man. Yeah. Chat's so much better at this. Speaking of chat being so better at things, can you imagine how much of a shit show Chat Play Zuma would be? That would be so funny. Chat Play Zuma would be the most, like, incredibly hilarious, like, you know, oh my god. Actually, honestly, it would not be that hard to do. Has somebody done this? This would be so funny, right? It would be like, you know, you just, like, type L, you know, you could just have, like, chat be, like, L, R, or, like, click. And then, it, like, you just rotate the thing, and it's like, oh, man, that would be chef's kiss about how, like, incredibly, like, kind of... Like, I bet that would be the most incredibly frustrating experience. Like, even getting chat to, like, win one level of Zuma would be so funny. And, like, imagine the lag and delay, right? Like, oh. Oh, that's so funny. That's such... Okay. I'm writing this down mentally. And by mentally, I mean, like, probably somebody else will write it down. It's like... You specify degrees in fire. I mean, you're still dealing with stream lag, right? So that's even, like, a problem, like, even so, right? Like... I guess you could specify degrees in that, like, you know... You could say where the mouse position is. It would be very funny, though, if, like, you know... I mean, what I could do is you could, like, give coordinates for where to send the mouse. Right? Oh, man. Do I need to write an auto hotkey script to do this? Okay. Alright. So I was complaining earlier about, like, feeling like some of my ideas had dried up. This seems eminently doable and very funny. This would be such a shit show. Oh my god. Sorry, I'm not trying to insult you guys deliberately, but, you know, I think it would be a very funny shit show. I mean, imagine. Absolute cinema. We have banished the blue color. The Blueprints person would be... Simon from Blueprints would be very mad about this. Chat is a bunch of monkeys. Oh, we have an ad. Excuse me. I'm gonna sit here until ad is done. Hello. I think what we're waiting until ad. Okay, ad will be complete in a short period of time. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Welcome back from the ads, everybody. Hello. Okay, we are going to I am curious whether I actually win this. By saying that, I have inevitably just jinxed it. Okay. Sure, brain means that you can never actually win games. Because you're too busy thinking about something else to actually, like, do the sort of locking in that you need to properly win a game like this. Okay. Oh, there we go. Okay, cool. Nice. There you go. We've zoomed with incredible alacrity this day. That was actually one of the fastest and most frantic zoomas that I've done. I mean, look at how fast that thing moves, right? Like... Boom! Okay, there you go. You did it. Inkazuma! Why that ask if your balls are too tiny? Because, you know, we need to use them in the explosion. They must be exploded. Yay! Yes, no, we have cleared, a lot of balls. We've exploded so many balls. Oh god. Oh god. Oh god. Oh god. Oh god. Oh god. Oh, whoa, whoa. That one just sailed off into the wild blue yonder. Okay, there we go. Alright. Okay. Mm-hmm. There you go. All right. I mean, at the end of the day, it doesn't make a bit of difference, guys. The balls are inert. Boom! Yeah, Zuma. Get. I have coined myself. I've achieved a most wondrous zooming. Boom! And backwards. If after all that, I don't win this, I'm gonna zoom on myself. Editor's note, zooming yourself involves playing more Zuma. It is, of course, a terrible fate. Okay, cool. I've resumed the playing. I've resumed the playing, yeah. We're at 12-4. Oops. I fucked up. Guys, I zoomed close. I zoomed too close to the sun. I zoomed too close to the sun god. Oh, there we go. Alright, that's pretty good. Zoomud! Oh. I hope you find the zooming quite considerable today. Thank you for the sub, Zuma. This is gaming. This is Zuma! Backwards ball. Yeah! I'm zooming. How am I? I am zooming. I'm just zooming. I'm zooming. I'm zooming. That's how I'm doing. I was a bit down, and then I was like, now I'm just zooming. Thank you for the water. Ah, fuck. Yeah. Okay. That was a Zuma made entirely of chain bonuses. It seemed the fastest way to get out of this level. Come on, go back. Thanks. Go back. Go back. Go back. Darkness will envelop you. Purple. Purple, please. That was some pretty ridiculous. Thank you for the follow, Gob4N. Huh? Also, I realized I have two. There's two of these. Yeah. Ah! Sunstone! We are, in fact, zooming... Ah! I have gone much more nonverbal than before. This is the nature of the Zuma, that, you know, it grabs the balls and it steals your tongue. Okay. 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 Oof. Yes. 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 Ah! Okay. Yes. Okay. Come on. Give me this one. Ah! Ah! Boom! Okay. And then get the coin and zoom up. Okay. Yes. Yes, 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 yes. Boom. 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 Boom! Big boom. Can we... Will we taste the sweet, sweet taste of zumactory, or will we get defeated? No! So close and yet so far. Crushed when I was as yet steps from my goal. The cruel predations of fate. Okay, well. Oh god. You're moving too fast. Ah! Okay. Ah! I'm losing my touch. There we go. Okay. My death has been slightly forestalled. Boom. Okay. Yeah, cool. We take that. The final zoom beckons! My zoomosity is unmatched! Fuck! Ah! 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 Oh, there we go. That's a way to get it back. Fuck. That was a misinput. Fuck. That was a misinput. Boom! Okay. Fuck. They're moving too fast! God damn it. Reverse! Hello! Hi, Marcus! Or Maximus Maximus. Hello! I would greet you more thoroughly, but we are... Ah, hello! Hello, Raiders! Welcome! Welcome to the Zuma. We are playing Zuma. And now, hello, I'm Kari, I'm a mantis shrimp. I'm playing Zuma, and I hope you didn't want to get spoiled for Zuma, because now, having completed the entire game so far, we are going to the one place unconquered by Zuma. Actually, I realize that this is actually going to be quite a... Hold on. The final temple of Zuma was struck. Your extreme power is not possible to be defeated. As for me, it can taste the taste whose almost freedom is sweet sweetly. But God of the Sun can be imprisoned at only that true house. We come from the star, return to the star. It is of you to rescue of my star. Yes, so we are going to the one place untouched by Zuma. Space! Oh, shit. Well, thank you. Space! Ha. Ha. Boom! Okay, hold on. Yep. There you go. We get a gap bonus, but the gap goes through outer space. Yeah. Boom! Okay. Boom. 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 Ah, okay. Oh. Boom. Boom. Okay. Alright, slowed down. There we go. Okay, Zuma! We have Zuma'd in space. Guys, we have Zuma'd in outer space. Huh. Alright, boom, boom. Green is banished! Ah! Guys. Excellent work, Mighty Frog One. You obtained your lawful place of the stars at the side of the ancient ruler of the Zuma in the future. As for me, you are known as our sibling. I will call you brother, and we control the outer space together. It is joyous news. Now we are to the dance. Guys. First try! First try! Zuma clear. Zuma gone. Zuma done. Much victory. Well done. Destroyed that Zuma. Zuma is over, party. We Zuma'd. We came, we saw, we Zuma'd. How am I so good at this? It's just the micro. Look, I'm half Korean. What do you want me to say? We have Zuma'd. Zuma. Sorry, I know you literally just I know you literally just raided. Honestly, I think we should just go out on that. Like, I think that's good. I guess I'll see you guys soon. I will be streaming relatively soon, I guess. And yeah, I know. I'm sorry. You guys just raided. Go out on a victory. I started Zuma, and then now we can finish Zuma, right? Like, yeah, we finished Zuma. It's done and dusted. All right. Who's Oot and a boot? Hold on. All right. I'm looking through my through the people to whom I am whomst among these can behold. Well, if we're staying with the old, you know what? Okay. Let's stay with the same broad era of game. How about this? There we go. We are going to we are going to do the same rough. This is going to be the same era of game. I guess Montana's playing Resident Evil, so you know, makes sense. I guess I will see you guys soon. Thank you so much for the raid. Thank you guys so much for coming. We have conquered the Zuma, and you know, let's have a raid message. Twitch. There you go. If you have a sub, this is the raid message. Benny Vici Zuma. If you don't have a sub, just use this other emote, Benny Vici Zuma. Cool. Thank you guys so much for coming, and I will see you in a couple days, probably. I'm gonna try to get my computer moved over as soon as possible, and then we'll try to set up and be back to streaming. Because I miss you guys. So, yes, I will see you guys soon as heck. Bye-bye!